Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The conference will start after 5 minutes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you, dear scholars, professors, doctors, and following guests. I would like to welcome you all to the first International Academic Conference on contemporary issues in accounting in Kuwait, which will be presented in English. This conference will be recorded and on live on YouTube. This conference is organized by Dr. Ahmed Al-Kattan and sponsored by Youth Public Authority and Kuwait Accountants and Audience Association. In this conference, we received 78 research papers from 24 countries that end with 12 papers were selected by scientific committee. Those who enrich this conference with valuable and useful information. I am pleased to have a group of the most efficient scholars, professors, and doctors from several countries. Starting with scientific committee members. Professor Aziz Ja'far from Bangor University in United Kingdom. Professor Mustafa Kamil from Qatar University. Professor Anis Jarboui from Safakis University in Tunisia. Professor Badr Al-Shimmeri from the Public Authority for Applied Education and Training, and Dr. Ahmed Al-Kattan from Kuwait. Also, we are delighted to introduce our honored keynote speakers. Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir from Brunel University, London. Dr. Karen McBride, University of Portsmouth. Dr. Khaldoun Al-Bitar from University of Portsmouth in United Kingdom. Also, we will have 12 presenters from different countries. Each presenter have 15 minutes for a presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. You can raise your hand for asking your question or write it below in Q&A. Now, we will review with you the conference schedule. Starting with KAA speech by Mr. Abdullah Al-Isa, a member of Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association. After that, our keynote speakers, Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir and Dr. Karen McBride, chaired by Professor Aziz Ja'far and Professor Mustafa Kamil. After that, we'll open the session for any question for half an hour. After that, we'll start our first session entitled Governance and Sustainability session, shared by Professor Badr al-Shimmari and Dr. Ahmed al-Qattan. Then our second session entitled Financial Reporting, shared by Professor Aziz Ja'far and Professor Anis Jarboui. Our lunch break will be from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Kuwait time. From 3 to 3:45, our third keynote speaker, Dr. Khaldoon al-Bitar, will start his speech, chaired by Professor Aziz Ja'far and Professor Mustafa Kamil. After that, we'll open the session for any question for 15 minutes. After that, we'll start the third session, Islamic Perspectives on Accounting, shared by Professor Badr al-Shimmari and Anis Jarboui. 4:45 will start the last session, CSR, shared by Professor Mustafa Kamil and Dr. Ahmed al-Qattan. Finally, at 5:45, we'll have the closing and host remarks, and we will announce the best paper in CIA conference. Now, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Abdullah Al-Isa, one of the board member of Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association, will present his speech on behalf of the association.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to start my speech with a verse from the Holy Quran. Do as you will, for Allah will see your deeds, and so will His Messenger and the believers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by welcoming the guests, speakers, and participants in the International Conference CIA 2020, which is held for the first time in Kuwait in English language, under the patronage of the Kuwait Accountants and Auditor Association and Public Authority for Youth. 22 countries from around the world are participating in this event, with 78 worksheets addressing the conference's issues, out of which 12 worksheets were selected by a scientific committee comprising senior experts and specialists. I would like to take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of Kuwait Accountant and Auditor Association, its chairman and member of the board of directors, the conference organizing committee led by Dr. Ahmed al-Qattan. I would also like to thank the scientific committee, which groups Arab and international specialist expertise in accounting and finance, for their impactful effort in scaling the worksheet that will be presented by the speakers, and which will be undoubtedly produce results and recommendations that help greatly improve the accounting and auditing professions. Dear guests, the Kuwait Accountant and Auditor Association is a professional, specialized, non-governmental organization that has offered several advanced services to its members from various economic positions in the public and private sector. Various economic position in the public and private sector and continue to do so. It was established in February 1973 by a group of specialists, businessmen, and auditing experts, whose vision spotted in the importance of establishing the association to protect the accounting and auditing profession. They continue work tirelessly, bring to it the highest standard locally, regionally, and internationally. The association also sought to develop the knowledge and experience in the field of accounting by conducting studies, research, providing consultation, and exchanging expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you a quick presentation on goals of the Accountant and the Kuwait Accountant and Auditor Association, through which it seeks to improve capabilities of workers in accounting field. These goals include improving members' functional literacy and knowledge level, defining their rights, facilitating their work, guaranteeing their future by developing their skills using knowledge related to advance in accounting, and encouraging them to exchange information during their meeting and conferences. Furthermore, the association seeks to improve the accounting thought, encourage and sponsor scientific research in the field, contribute in organizing the regulation of the accounting and auditing profession. The association also prioritizes maintaining a high standard in the process of licensing qualified individuals to become a public accountant, and on the higher level contribute to the country economic renaissance. The association achieves this primarily level its culture of cooperation, be it specialized authority or professional and scientific association inside and outside Kuwait. Dear guests, speakers, and participants, the International Conference, CIA 2020, come at a very delicate time in which the accounting and auditing profession witness a major change in the business environment and also on the level of the auditing firms. The traditional way of work based on direct interaction with the client inside closed offices has become a thing of the past, and the new modern technology through which interaction is made with the climate have become dominant. All parties, include auditing firms, realized the importance of relying on online digital platform to resolve many accounting issues and communicate with clients remotely. Undoubtedly, the coronavirus COVID-19 crisis will leave a great effect on the accounting and auditing profession and practitioners in the long term, not only on the professionals level, but also on the educational level. The corona crisis and its ramification has left a heavy impact on the Kuwaiti, Gulf, and Arab business environment. The crisis has also produced an urgent need to carry out a financial and economic reforms, which experts in various fields have for long been calling for. Ladies and gentlemen, the governance and sustainability concept is not new in the accounting world. It is an old concept discussed in reports released by various international and regional organizations, including the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the Institute of Directors South Africa, the Institute of Internal Auditor, IIA, and the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC. Corporate governance is one of the governance concepts that also referred to it as good governance. Dear guests, governance as a term has evolved to become an umbrella for fields other than commercial companies, including state departments, educational bodies, health organization, and others. The IFC defined governance as a governance of a structure and operation necessary to direct and control an organization, as well as determine and distribute rights and duties amongst main participants, while making sure that they are understood by shareholders, members, board members, and directors. In addition to determine decisions making, rules, and procedures. Meanwhile, the OECD defined it as a group of relation between companies, manager, board, and director, stakeholder, and other shareholders. In the meanwhile, the IIA defined it as the operations stakeholder perform to provide supervision over risk management, monitor the economic units risks, and make sure that there are enough controls to achieve the institute goals and protect its value. The Cadbury Report, United Kingdom, 1992, named after Adrian Cadbury, who chaired the Committee of the Financial Aspects of Corporate Governance formed in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, defined governance as the system by which companies are managed and monitored. The IFAC, through its professional accountant and in business advisory group, PAIB, also defined governance as a group of responsibility and practices that the board of directors and executive management governance authority take to provide strategic direction, ensure the goals are met, make sure that risk management is done properly, and verify whether the institute resources are used in a responsible way. Dear participants, governance has two factors, external and internal, based on which we can determine both quality and maturity level of the system in place. External factor in particular focuses on the state investment climate, which include various aspects such as legislative, environment, and legal organization platform through which investment is practiced. These include the legislative system, corporate system, trade and investment system, commercial fraud control system, bankruptcy system, competition protection system, and others. External factor can also include the efficiency of finance industry, which includes bank and financial markets, the efficiency of regulatory agencies such as the Capital Market Authority or its equivalent in other countries, the Certified Public Accountant Authority, in addition of organizations specialized with the free professions such as law firms, credit rating agencies, and financial consultations companies. The presence of these external factors guarantees a sound and solid infrastructure based on which organizations can build their own governance models. Governance is directly connected with the sustainability concept, which has become a main component in boosting and strengthening the state public finance in a various fields. The sustainability and governance concept is adopted in the public and the private sector at a wide scale and has become a target that government and major companies around the world seeks to achieve. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals the UN announced revolve around the human and their rights to environment, equality, eliminating poverty and hunger, decent work, and economic growth. These global goals and values have become long-term ones. They are not restricted to one state or administration. Rather, they have become a comprehensive for all countries in the world, including the UN. The accounting and auditing profession has always been, still is, safety, value, and major driving forces to promote the concept of corporate governance and sustainability by adopting standards that international reports and organizations have called for in various fields. The Kuwait Accountant and Auditor Associations represent a source of scientific and professional research in this field. Through the technical, financial, and accounting experiences, it's presented to promote the legislative and legal environment that governs various main issues that are important for governments, corporate executives, accountants in the public and private sector, as well as official and decision makers in the public and private sector. In conclusion, allow me to express my thanks to the speakers and participants from all over the world, praying to God Almighty to make this conference a success and that it helps enrich the business environment with the various important topics that will be discussed during this event. Peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Much thanks to Mr. Abdullah Al-Isa for his contribution. On behalf of Kuwait Accountants and Auditor Association, we will start now with the conference keynote speakers, Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir, with entitled Offering a Flexible Working Opportunity to People with Mental Disabilities, the Missing Link Between Sustainable Development Goals and Financial Implications in the COVID-19 era. After that, Dr. Karen McBride, entitled Big Results Require Big Ambition, Big Data, Data Analysis, and Accounting in Master's Course, chaired by Professor Aziz Ja'far and Professor Mustafa Kamel. Professors, mic is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and may I welcome our keynote speakers. My name is Mustafa Hassan, and I'm very happy and privileged to be part of this international event. May I welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir and Dr. Karen McBride for first keynote speaker speech time. I'm going to give a brief overview about our first keynote speaker, Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir. Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir actually has a long standing in the academia. He was graduated from Mansoura University in Egypt and specialized in the accounting and MSc in accounting. He worked at a number of universities in UK like Bradford and West of Scotland, UK, and he was graduated from Huddersfield University in accounting. He's very much interested in the area of risk disclosure and multi-level governance, credit rating, and bank performance. He had a number of publications in very impactful journals, such as Business Strategy, Accounting Forum, International Journal for Business Ethics. Dr. Ahmed recently had a kind of publication in the effect of COVID-19 on accounting and auditing. We are very privileged to have him actually today in our conference as a keynote speaker together with Dr. Karen McBride, which I'll be very much happy, myself or Dr. Aziz Jafar, to give an overview about her academic stand as well on the due time when she comes to present her input to that particular conference. Once more, welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir, and the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Many thanks, dear Professor Mustafa, for your introduction, and I'm really thankful for Dr. Ahmed Qattan for inviting me to this important conference, which is timely. Today I will speak about little bit strange topic, but it's a very important topic, and it integrates with accounting and economics in general. This topic is titled Offering Flexible Working Opportunities to People with Mental Disabilities. The missing link between sustainable development goals and financial implications in the COVID-19 era. Just a confirmation, do you hear me and do you see the presentation? Hello?
I can see the presentation, and I'm sure the rest is able to see it.
Okay,
Yes, everything is clear. Thank you.
okay. So this project is a collaboration between me and Dr. Mohammed Daly from Bradford University and Zoe Warmer. And this is ongoing project. We are collecting data and analyzing it as the COVID-19 continue. So please, your feedback will be much appreciated to develop and improve our project results. So my presentation will be divided to 5 points. The first one is what are we trying to do? Second, what are our motivations, related literature, research design, and finally our results, implication, and limitations. So first of all, what are we trying to do? As all of us know, there is a global response to COVID-19 pandemic, and this includes stay at home, social distance, and so on. And all this has triggered issues related to stress and social restrictions. And also there is a main issue that arises due to COVID-19 pandemic, which is mental health. And this is seen as a particular issue and concern for social well-being for both policymakers and corporate regulators and companies. In our project, we focus on 3 dimensions. So first of all, our main question is how offering flexible working opportunities to people with mental disabilities can advance or sustainable development goals and its financial implication to give first-hand knowledge to all stakeholders. As I mentioned, we focus on 3 main dimensions. The first one, what is the opportunities that already in the market, in the UK market? Second, is these opportunities are enough? And the employers, how they assess the risks of employing people with mental health disabilities, their perceptions, and finally, is there benefits behind employing people with mental health disabilities. So to give you an overview about this issue and how it's how importance of this issue, there is a link that I will provide to all of you to show how this issue integrate with all the economic aspects of all countries. So I chose just one aspect. So here, this is interactive presentation that was provided from World Economic Forum and show the related aspects of mental health. I choose only one to show you how this very important topic. Mental health can interact with a lot of aspects, such as one of them mental health in the workplace. And as you know, mental health now, and to be honest, COVID-19 might be a good point to such people to integrate in the community and give their one of the points in mental health in the workplace is digital economy and new value creation. So digital economy and work from home can help such people to integrate more in the economy. Also, there is many aspects such as digital communication and workplace and employment. So such people mainly some of the key barriers is work in noisy places. So if they have the right environment, they can contribute more. So is working from home can accelerate and improve their outputs or not. So again, to summarize some key facts about this topic and this our main motivation. Again, if I return back to this graph, this topic is very new topic to accounting, and there is less literature in this topic, and there is a lot that researchers and the practitioners can investigate in this area. And to be honest, we struggle a lot to collect literature review and to find the right methodology to conduct our research. So it is much appreciated if many researchers can interact and do more research in this area. So our motivations, first of all, I'm not sure if most of you know this or not, but there are many different mental disorders, many mental issues with different presentations, and they are generally characterized by a combination of abnormal thoughts, perceptions, emotions, behaviors, and relationships with others. Mental health issues or mental disorders include depression, bipolar disorder, autism, and so on. There is a lot of types, but of course there is no time to explain all of them. But this some types of mental disorders. And also one of the key issues regarding this topic is global statistics on mental health are poorly defined, measured, and understood. Also, one of the key interesting points about this topic is mental health issues are very common, and some statistics show that one from every 5 persons or one from every 6 persons experience some type of mental health issues. So this give you how this issue is really important. Also very interesting is statistically unemployment rate for people with mental disabilities is approximately 85% in the UK, and this is one of the developed countries. So just imagine the percentage in developing countries. So again, our key aim here is how the integration of such big big percentage of the community, how integrate them can improve the community in general and achieve sustainable development. And if we look at sustainable development goals, we will find that through their 169 targets, sustainable development goals mainly seek to move to greater fairness that leave no one behind. And we here focus on people with mental health disabilities. So although it is not clearly recognized in sustainable development goals, however, mental health issues intersect with almost all of sustainable development goals. For instance, I will give just general um, points. Sustainable development goals number 3, health. Sustainable development goals 4, education. Sustainable development goals number 11, sustainable cities. All these goals are associated directly with mental health, and there are a lot of publications regarding uh, how focusing on mental health can improve and achieve all these goals. Returning back to our topic, how offering the flexible working opportunities can achieve sustainable development goals, we found 3 main reasons that are people with mental disabilities are not being employed. Those reasons are: first, there is costs associated with accommodation. When we offer opportunity to people with mental health disabilities, there is some cost related to the work environment and so on. The second, the main issue is stereotypical labels that those people are not under control, and they are not disciplined, they make issues and so on. And this is, in many of studies, the results suggest the opposite view. Also, the last main reason for not being employed is companies' fear of their business being stuck with a mentally ill employee whom they might not be able to discipline. And again, there is some studies that show that this is not true. So, literature, as I mentioned, there is few papers, very rare literature in this area, and we struggle a lot to identify some related literature to our topic. So, what literature shows that there is many opportunities that we can offer, and these opportunities can help accommodate people with mental disabilities, such as flexible working schedules, the opportunity to work from home, unpaid leave days during difficult periods, job shares, or dividing large assignments into smaller segmented goals, and finally providing clear instruction and etc. supervision to those people. So our main our first question here is, what are the flexible working opportunities needed by those people? We go and ask those people with mental disabilities, and ask them, what are the flexible working opportunities that you need? So this is the first one. The second strand of literature focus on the loss if we employ people with mental disabilities. And in this literature, we found that an estimated 26 billion pound is reported to have been lost annually by businesses through sickness, absence, and productivity losses. This is in general, not for people with mental disabilities. So it's a very critical the loss behind sickness, absence, and productivity. And another reports found that disabled people and people with mental health issues are 5 times more likely to have long-term sickness absence. And this cost the economy around 9 billion pound per year. So here, this raises a question, which is, what are the financial risks or financial implications and benefits for businesses to offer flexible working opportunities for people with mental disabilities? So in this part, we focus on the employer, not the people with mental health issues. Finally, and it's a lot of interesting statistics here, there is a huge implication and a huge impact for people with mental disabilities and mental health issues on the economy. So, for example, the cost of inactive people in the economy cost the government approximately 50 billion pound per year. All these statistics, again, this study focus on UK economy, and all these numbers are related to UK economy. Okay, so 50 billion per year, the cost of inactive people. The cost of medical treatment for people with mental conditions cost NHS around 7 billion pound. The remaining cost of 50 billion for people with mental health issues lost through they don't work. So we have less tax revenues, and also there is less contribution for national insurance. So to give you the implication of offering flexible working opportunities, if the government support 1% only of people with mental disabilities to find work and integrate in the community, they would bring savings to the economy of 240 million pounds. This is direct, and also they will add around 260 million pounds to the economy through taxes and the national insurance contribution. This is very significant contribution to the economy and very important implication. So the final question of our study is, how will this flexible working opportunities benefit the economy as a whole, and consequently advance sustainable development goals? So here we claim and argue that if we integrate people with mental disabilities in the economy, this will not have social impact, but it will have financial impact. and it will advance or improve or achieve sustainable development goals in general. So regarding to our research design, here we divided our method to 3 parts. The first one to answer the first question, and we distribute an online survey containing the structured questionnaires that will answer question number 1, and mainly it is related to whether people with mental disabilities receive flexible working opportunities or not, and what's their opinion, how to improve this. The second part in our study involved analysis of semi-structured interviews with human resource and financial managers. And here we went to the businesses itself and asked them what are the risks behind employing people with mental health disabilities, and what are the benefits. Is there benefits behind this or not? And the final section is we gain and collect secondary data in general from public websites regarding the financial implication of offering flexible working opportunities to people with mental disabilities. Is this okay?
That's fine.
So I will go directly to our results. There is a lot of results, so I will try to summarize it and give you some time for questions. So regarding to our survey results, the first result is around half of our respondents, all these respondents are people with mental disabilities, different types, as I mentioned. Around half of respondents indicate there is some sort of discrimination in their workplace due to their illness. And this is very critical. If we can imagine almost half of the people with mental disabilities have discrimination, it's so the second point is our survey also shows that 87% of people with mental disabilities don't choose to disclose their mental health issues. It's a very significant percentage, as most of these people assume that if they disclose their issues, they will not get the job. And this is very interesting because UK made a lot of progress toward the integrate those peoples, and there is a law to protect them when they disclose their issues. In fact, if they disclose their issues, the employers should provide them assist to integrate them more in their working environment. And this is the opposite. So the actual practice is the opposite. They don't disclose their issues, 87% of them. Consequently, there is another result, which is people with mental disabilities struggle to retaining jobs. So 74% of them have said to have at least 5 jobs, and none of them have less than 2 jobs during their employment history, which in our survey it was maximum 5 years. Also, our results from the survey show that there are little or no flexible opportunities in place at present to help those people to success and continue in their jobs. Finally, and this is one of the key results, our results, is people with mental disabilities believe that it is very important to offer them some type of adjustment to continue and contribute well to their jobs. And these adjustments are very, it doesn't cost a lot and it's very easy to adjust, such as offering clear and concise instruction on their job tasks. This is the first point. Second point is offering a quiet and safe space where they could go should they feel overwhelmed and require somewhere that they can go to calm themselves. And finally, offering them etc. or more leave days so they can attend the doctors or therapy appointments. Regarding to our interview results, so from our interviews, there was we made so far 6 interviews, 3 with HR managers and 3 with financial managers. It was evident from our transcripts that costs were not, in fact, as high as some employers suggest. Also, this a key result for our report, and this it is the researcher believes that these findings will help the employers see that the perceived high costs were mostly fictional. This is not right that if you employ people with mental disabilities, it will cost you a lot. We ask them their adjustments and how this cost them, and it was not that high. Also, the benefits of having people with mental disabilities within the organization, it's dimension from corporate social responsibility and gives a company the knowledge that they are investing in a person recovery process, they improve their health, and also if they invest time into the well-being of their employees, they are likely to see a rise in productivity and also there will be lower rate of absence. Again, the costs of creating flexible working opportunities are minimum and could be a worthwhile investing in the long run. If we offer a space to people with mental health disabilities to relax if they struggle or they have a panic, from our interviews, this is likely to cost no more than £5,000, and this would be a worthwhile investment for a long term. The cost of creating clear and concise instructions doesn't cost a lot. It will improve the productivity for all people, whether they have mental health issues or not. And finally, and this is the key issue here, it is the cost associated with leave days. This is the main issue, and this costs a lot, especially if people with mental disabilities have high skills. So this is our interviews result. Finally, analysis of the economic findings. We have a lot of analysis here, and to be honest, we're still collecting data here, but we found a lot of very interesting results here. So, for example, annually around 300,000 people with mental health issues lose their jobs, and thus they have a high financial cost on the economy. Also, the sickness absence, which is the major issue here. Normally, there is 138 million days off per year, and this is almost 12% of all absence from people with mental health issues. Large companies like 100 FTSE companies, around 70% of them already take approach to help employees remain in good health. And also there is 90% of those companies provide occupational health services. However, only 11% of biggest 100 companies in UK disclose such support for mental health. Also, returning back to COVID-19, with up to 73% of employees being put on furlough during the lockdown, this increased the mental health issues and managing to sustain the livelihood with only 80% of their wages, or some people couldn't enroll in these schemes. This from government reports is likely to increase the number of people with mental disabilities to suicide rates, increased suicide rates. To improve the current situation, the best approach suggested by World Health Organization Mental Health Action Plan is to have a multi-sectorial strategy, and we should target interventions for promoting mental health and preventing mental disorders. And this is the very critical issues here. The key aspect of this plan is to reduce stigmatizations, discriminations, and the human rights violations. Those peoples are like us. As I mentioned, maybe some of us have these issues. So discrimination and the stereotype is have very negative impact on those people. These people can produce, can integrate in the economy, and can give us high outputs. So I will conclude with our main conclusion here is people with mental disabilities encounter many barriers in obtaining, maintaining, and fulfilling employment opportunities. Also,
only 2 minutes left, Dr. Ahmed, just to let you know.
I almost finished.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. The survey also reveals that those type of people require flexible opportunities to be in place within their work, including a quiet and safe room with no distraction, flexible schedule with leave days. Interviews give us insight into the feasibility and financial cost of application of these flexible working opportunities. And as I mentioned, from our interviews, we found that this will not cost employers a lot. Also, the secondary research give light to the financial benefits on an economic basis. And the key results here, people with mental disabilities are likely to refuse disclosure of their mental health status. And this is have a lot of implications, especially for the government, to promote how important those people and how important integration in the economy and the implication of integrating such people in our workplace. So one of the key implications of our study here is the current governmental methods are not effective and new methods need to be implemented to enforce the employment of people with mental disabilities. So consequently, we argue that promoting mental health in and for the sustainable development goals will help people, society, and the economy as well. Finally, I will conclude with our limitations. First of all, we have limited sampling. It's very hard to find people with mental health disabilities that want to participate in such studies. Also, results from questionnaire or survey should be, we should focus on this, because self-reported information provided by participants might be biased.
Right.
Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to receive your questions.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ahmed, for such a very interesting and out-of-the-box presentation about the inclusion of mental health people into and how they affect the sustainable development and the growth of companies and the countries. I'm sure that the audience and myself are going to be having a number of questions that will be addressed, inshallah, in the Q&A questions later on. Now we have our second keynote speaker, and I wonder Professor Aziz would like to take it over, Dr. Aziz, and to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Karen McBride. So the floor is yours, Dr. Aziz, to introduce Dr. Karen McBride. And from my side, welcome Dr. Karen McBride to our conference.
Thank you, Professor Mustafa. Hello, everyone. I hope you're keeping safe and well. I'm Aziz Jafar, Bangor Business School, Bangor University in Wales. It's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Karen McBride, Reader in Accounting at University of Portsmouth here in the UK. Karen has a very impressive research profile. He has recently been a principal investigator on a Financial Reporting Council project investigating the corporate governance of directors' remuneration. Karen's main research interests are in the broad subject of financial reporting and auditing, which include corporate governance, enforcement of accounting standard, sustainability, corporate social responsibility, and the use of big data and data analytics. Karen has many publications in high-ranked international academic journals, and also joint auditor of 3 special editions of British Accounting Review, AAAJ, and Mediterranean Accountancy Research. So over to you, Karen.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see that and can you hear me?
Yeah, everything is fine.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so today I'd like to talk about big data and data analytics. And arguably, technology will impact on society more than anything we've previously experienced. So this really is a contemporary accounting issue. So our paper looks at big data, data analytics and accounting in master's courses. The quote that we've used at the beginning of the paper, big results require big ambitions, is actually a quote from Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher who was born in 535 BC. He believed that the world was according to logos. And if you translate logos, that translates as word, reason, or account. And he was known for insisting that the world is in a constant state of change or flux. So our paper looks at data analytics and the teaching of students in this area on master's courses. But first, what I'd like to do is give you some background information about the topic area of big data and data analytics. Then to look at the requirements for professional accountants and training of students. And then finally to tell you a little bit about our paper. So I hadn't realised, apologies, that there was going to be an introduction to me. So this slide actually is a little bit of an introduction to me. But first, I would really like to say thank you so much for inviting me to give this keynote speech. And actually to say how disappointed I am at not being able to use this as an opportunity to come and visit Kuwait. The photos that Dr. Ahmad used for advertising the conference were delightful, and Kuwait certainly looks a really great place to visit. So I'm glad to be here virtually, and thank you ever so much to the chair, Dr. Ahmad, for this opportunity, and to Dr. Aziz and Mustafa, Professor Aziz and Professor Mustafa for chairing this session. So I'm Karen McBride, I'm a chartered accountant and I'm a reader in accounting at the University of Portsmouth. Big data, data analytics and accountants. So accountants act as investment advisors and use big data to find behaviour patterns in consumers and in the market. For example, what do the numbers tell us, is the question we might ask. Accountants use data analytics to give businesses valuable insights into their financial information, to identify processes, improvements, to increase efficiency and to manage risk. The question might be, can we analyse this further? So we can identify 4 areas when we look at data analytics. Descriptive analytics, so what's actually happening? And this is the one that's used the most often and includes the categorization and classification of information. So accountants report on the flow of money through their organizations. They look at revenue and expenses, they make inventory counts, they work out taxes. And accurate reporting is the hallmark of solid accounting practices. The accountants compile and verify large amounts of data, and that's hugely important to accurate accounting. The second area that can be identified is diagnostic analytics. Why did it happen? These are often used to monitor changes in data. Accountants regularly analyse variances, calculate historical performance, and use that historical performance as an indicator of future performance. The calculations are critical to build reasonable forecasts. Next is prescriptive analytics. What should happen? Tangible actions and critical business decisions arise from prescriptive analytics. Accountants use forecasts that they have created in order to make recommendations for future growth opportunities, or in some cases to alert poor choices. This insight is an example of the significant impact that accountants make to the business world. And finally, predictive analytics. What's going to happen? Here, data is used to assess the likelihood of future outcomes. Accountants are instrumental in building forecasts and identifying patterns that shape those forecasts. When accountants act as trusted advisors and build forecasts, business leaders grow increasingly confident in following those forecasts and listening to the accountants. So data analytics is hugely important for accounting and for the areas in which accounting operates. Why are accountants good at data analytics? Well, accountants make excellent data analysts. They have outstanding technical skills. They're used to aggregating information to create a picture of an organization, information that summarizes the details contained in each transaction. Working with descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics comes more easily to those people who already possess excellent quantitative skills. They're natural-born problem solvers. So the jump from the descriptive and diagnostic analytics to predictive and prescriptive analytics requires a shift. It requires a shift in organizational mindset to an inquisitive mindset. And that shift comes from stacking and storing information to figuring out how to use the information and to make key business decisions. Accountants are actually expert at making this jump from seeing information to saying, well, what does this information actually mean? Accountants see the business implications, the larger context, and the bigger picture of information. The true value of data analysis comes not at the point when the data is compiled, but rather at the point when those decisions are made using the insights that are derived from the data. And in order for accountants to uncover the insights in this data, they must first understand the business context. Accountants not only understand this context, but they actually live it. So they are really good at seeing those wider pictures and those business applications of data analytics. There are other areas as well in which accountants can use or are expert in using data analytics. For example, auditors, those that work internally and externally, can shift from a sample-based model to employ continuous monitoring where much larger data sets are analysed and verified. The result? Less margin of error, resulting in more precise recommendations. Tax accountants use data analytics to very quickly analyse complex tax questions related to investment scenarios. In turn, investment scenarios or decisions can be expedited, which allows companies to respond faster to opportunities to beat the competition and the market. And finally, we've talked a little bit already about accountants as advisors. So accountants who assist or act as investment advisors can use big data to help find behaviour patterns in consumers and in the market. These patterns then help businesses to build analytic models that help them identify investment opportunities and to generate higher profit margins. So there's quite a few areas in which accountants are able to use data analytics. Now, in 2019, the ICAEW, the English Institute of Chartered Accountants, carried out some research and wrote a report called Big Data and Analytics, and they looked at the impact on the accounting profession. Their findings were that there was a huge growth in computing power. The trend of big data is being propelled by enormous growth in computing power. There's new sources of data and new infrastructures that enable innovative knowledge creation. Applying analytics to big data creates many opportunities for businesses to gain greater impact, greater insight, predict future outcomes, and automate non-routine tasks. It also provides opportunities for the accountancy profession to deliver greater value and to help businesses transform their decision-making in many different areas. So accountants need to assure, or the profession needs to ensure, that the use of big data and analytics is appropriate and subject to robust challenge, particularly where predictive models are being relied upon. We also need to think about ethics, governance, and regulation of the use of big data. We need to ensure transparency and to encourage confidence in the use of big data and data analytics. So whilst businesses require greater skills in data and statistics and in these specialist data disciplines across a wide range of business functions using big data, these needs can be met by accountants. And so these skills need to be increased amongst accountants. This can actually be explained by a really clear diagram that I'd like to share with you now. So the first side of the diagram looks at what is creating big data. So the fact that we have this increased computer power, increased data sources, and ways in which we can generate the data that we can use, and clear infrastructures that also assist with the interrogation of that data, looking at the big data, but also the data analytics. What are the opportunities and risks? We need to have insight to the big data or to the data analytics. It's no good just crunching the numbers without explaining exactly what those numbers need. And we can use those numbers for prediction, but again, we need to know what we're looking at and how we can use them to predict. We can also use the big data or the data analytics for automation. So those routine everyday tasks within accounting that actually the trainee used to number crunch and to do can now be automated so that the trainees can move on to more interesting applications of those findings. So how do we exploit big data? Or who can exploit big data? Businesses can use big data and data analytics. Accountants can use big data and data analytics. And policymakers can use big data and data analytics. Having said that, that's all very well, but whilst accountants might actually have the natural ability to look at these areas because of their natural quantitative skills, their training in interpretive methods and looking at the things that pertain to businesses and interpreting results, etc., and indeed translating those results for businesses, they need to have training. They need to have training for their further employability skills and in the areas of big data and data analytics. And this is where us as educators come in. In recent years, accounting educators and the accounting profession have been seeking opportunities to develop further employability skills. And this is one of the areas where those further employability skills may come in useful. These additional skills are deemed imperative for the accounting profession to adapt to a constantly changing environment. And the challenge for both professional trainers and for UK universities in general is to develop employment-ready graduates. So either those trained in the accountancy profession or those graduates leaving business schools and accounting departments in order to train as accountants. They need to develop employment-ready graduates, and this is increasingly on the agenda in accounting and finance departments in UK universities. In the Higher Education Quality Assurance Review in 2014, employability was central to that review. And in fact, this identified employability as one of the two main review themes for future years. The influence of big data on business environments in which accountants operate are filtering through to influence the ways in which accountants are educated in higher education. So that brings me quite nicely to our research. And Having thought through these ideas and the future of big data for accountants, etc., we thought it would be really interesting to have a look at this in a little bit more detail. And my colleague, Christina Philippou, runs the master's courses at the University of Portsmouth. So we decided to look at the ambitions of master's courses in this area. Master's courses can fill the gap between those that trained and graduated in accounting but didn't do any training on big data and data analytics, those that qualified as chartered or other accountants but also didn't do any training on big data and data analytics. And there is a gap that needs filling that master's courses can fill to take those that are already very, very experienced in accounting and bring them up to speed in big data and data analytics, and to run that in parallel perhaps with accounting courses, so that those that haven't done accounting, non-accountants, may well be included and be inspired to become accountants as well by doing these master's courses. So the objective of our paper was to qualitatively analyse the current skills provision in accounting master's courses, but accounting master's courses that are linked with data analytics, and to look at those in comparison with the academic and professional expectations of the same sort of area. So our paper contributes to the accounting education literature by ascertaining the areas of competencies required for students in the areas of big data and data analytics. But we specifically wanted to look at master's courses because we think the area where there's this gap is after, it's post-graduation. It might even be, it probably is, post-qualification as well. So they need to be higher level skills courses that are addressing these gaps. Our paper contributes or emphasises the need for accounting educators to retain their focus on the developments of technology in accounting and to adapt their courses to suit the requirements observed in the profession. Again, going back to this idea of employability, well, the people that will be doing these master courses are already in accounting or will be moving into accounting, into the profession. And it's looking at those gaps and requirements that have been observed by the profession, as well as those that academics have identified, trying to look at the bigger picture as well. So there's a number of papers in this area, but I'd just like to draw your attention to a very small handful of them. Key publication in 2019, Richardson and Shah carried out a survey of heads of accounting courses. They found that most of these, 90.7%, think that data analytics should be part of the accounting curriculum. And if they haven't already introduced it, which many of them haven't yet, they plan to introduce it within the next 3 to 5 years. They see input on data analytics as being both integrated into accounting courses and as standalone courses. In our research, we only look at the standalone courses. We don't look at undergraduate, or sorry, we only look at master's courses. We don't look at undergraduate courses. However, most of these courses are not available for another few years. So our research is quite innovative in a way in considering what needs to be offered to fill the gap, to look at this gap between what accounting courses are doing now and how they're not really including big data and data analytics, or if they are including it, they're only including it in a very small way, and to fill that gap between those graduates graduating and then going on to join the profession. In effect, the master's courses could fill the gap and introduce those students to big data and data analytics. It would also fill the gap for those graduates that graduated some years ago, myself included, obviously, and attempt to bring them up to speed on data analytics and big data as well. They might well be qualified accountants, but they may be lacking in skills that introduce them to these ideas of data analytics and the practical implications of that. Brinkenstal identified skills and abilities that business professionals view as important for accounting graduates moving to master's degrees. They found preferences for data interpretation and communication and suggested that accountants might act as intermediaries, translating data analytics into language to be understood by businesses. This suggests that there is a place for postgraduate training in these skills and for accounting graduates. Accounting graduates and graduates from other disciplines looking to move into the profession need further skills in the understanding and translation of data analytics. And then leading academics have questioned the direction of the profession into the future. Guthrie and Parker have suggested that information technology will be one of the biggest drivers for change. And they agree with Roos that technology will impact on society more than anything we have previously experienced, and so is therefore one of the main contemporary accounting issues of our time. So the aim of our paper is to look at the role of master's degrees in accounting and data analytics. Oops. And there's a need to focus on developments and to adapt. Our research emphasizes the need for accounting educators to retain their focus on the developments of technology in accounting and to adapt courses to suit the requirements observed in the profession. The paper seeks to analyze current recommendations by academics working in this area and in education, and considers the recommendations of the accounting profession to determine what is required of practitioners and their professional bodies. So our contribution combines the two to ascertain the areas of competencies required for students in the area of big data and data analytics in master's courses. Our method, we had a qualitative approach to this research, and this enabled the researchers to investigate the content of master's degrees and to address the research question. We had 3 separate strands that we considered for the analysis, and this made up our framework. We looked at academic perspectives on accounting and big data and data analytics, the global professional bodies requirements, and expectations with regards to the skills required of potential members. And then we looked at the current global university provisions in the form of master's courses in accounting and data analytics or big data. We conducted a thematic analysis on the data gathered from the 3 areas. And the 3 separate pools of data were coded into themes and cross-checked.
Sorry, Karen. Another 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Okay, so our findings. We identified 4 themes. Questioning, sorry, go back. We identified 4 themes: questioning and skepticism, critical thinking analysis, and the understanding and ability to analyze. And then finally, the ability to communicate the results. So our research findings suggested that these 4 themes came from the articles. So this is what we found in the articles and the professional websites and the literature. Our findings suggested that students need to be encouraged to look beyond the obvious. So they need questioning skills and skepticism. As informed skeptics, students need to understand and ask questions of the analysis using critical thinking skills. They need critical thinking skills to determine what is required and how to address these requirements. They also need practical experience, so via case studies or work experience to consider these higher perspectives. And then they need to understand and be able to analyze the data, to understand and interpret the data produced, and finally, to be able to communicate and use the results that they find. We found that with questioning and skepticism within the master's program, the global master's programs that we looked at, questioning and skepticism were often mentioned, as well as an understanding and ability to analyze, were frequently cited explicitly as elements for assessment in forms of the accounting education. However, we also found that critical thinking and communication skills were less explicitly cited in accounting education programs. We had a few other observations. I've just done it again. I've jumped. Oh. We had a few other observations. Accountants have always provided decision makers with information, and data analytics and the increase in technology within accounting gives accounting professionals both opportunities and challenges. The curriculum should remain focused on students' long-term career aspirations and include the need to train specialists in areas pertaining to big data and data analytics. And we found that it was really important that that training should reflect the current practices of the profession and the Big Four accountancy firms. And in this way, students will be ready for their future careers as accountants and for the changing nature of the challenges that were brought by that, including changes in ideas of what was meant or what is meant by information. So there's been a lot of change around the area of technology, and students need to be trained and to have input and education within these new change areas of technology of big data and data analytics. And that brings us quite nicely back to our original quote and our friend Heraclitus, because not only did he say big results require big ambitions, he also said the only thing that is constant is change. Thank you very much. I now think we are going on to the question part of this presentation, so I will hand you back to the chairs now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, for your interesting presentation. I now open to Q&A session now.
All right, I'll start with some of the questions raised in the Q&A questions for Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir. There are a couple of questions actually to Dr. Al-Amir. One of them is actually, what definition did you use for people with mental disabilities? So is there a specific definition that you adapted in you? This is not my question, actually, this is a question raised by one of the audience. So Dr. Ahmed.
So in our questionnaire, we asked first the participants if they encounter or they have any mental disabilities, such as, and we mentioned the examples of them, and we asked them if they have, the first question, you have first an anxiety or different types, and if there is other issue, please state it. So this is in our survey. In our interviews, we asked it first the financial managers and the human resource managers if they have some, or they dealt with people with mental health issues before.
All right, thank you for this clarification. One of the questions also raised by one of the audience actually about the issue is being about the people with mental disabilities is only addressed in your research actually at the employer level. Have you considered part of your questions in your questionnaire to be related to whether this particular issue has been addressed at the school level? Whether the issue of, because the end result was the feeling of discrimination at some point of time. So they were actually kind of raising a question about would that kind of awareness taking place at the schooling level to avoid that feeling later on at the employer level?
Our main focus was on the financial implication for offering flexible opportunities. However, based on the questionnaire, and there was a lot of discrimination for those type of people, we asked human resource managers and financial managers as well what is the reason behind the discrimination, and they didn't want to disclose such information, but one of them told us that there is many stereotypes and the government need to promote how to deal and how important to integrate people with mental health disabilities in the community.
All right, thank you. Any other question from the audience for Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir? Any question?
Dr. Ali Al-Awadi, please, you can ask your question. We can't hear your voice. Dr. Ali Al-Awadi?
Yes, speaking.
Yes, please go ahead if you have a question.
Actually, you are talking about the disabilities people, but in Kuwait, that we have this discrimination that you are talking about, because that the government in Kuwait, support the disabled people in every means and ways. I don't know how we can, utilize the findings and benefit from the results of this type of paper in Kuwait, especially for the government sector employees. You know that in Kuwait governments, we have almost 3 sections within the government sector. One of them, it's almost companies, owned and directed by the government as private sector. And there is one shaded area or joint area which it same almost the companies and enterprise. If I couldn't, that's relate that these papers exactly, or the papers talking about the disabled people to the employment, especially that's in Kuwait. I don't think that we have anything for the discrimination of this type of people. Thank you very much for your efforts, and thank you very much for the speakers. Thank you.
So can I reply? So
yes,
thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for your comment. I didn't argue that there is no strong regulations and rules in place in UK that protect people with mental health disabilities or any type of discrimination. There is a lot of regulations in place, and they are very protected, but it is in practice. This is the key issue. So in practice, how people deal with people with mental health issues. do people give them the respect that they need to produce and to contribute to our community or not? So this is the key issue. So as I mentioned, one of the very interesting results in our paper, almost 80% of people with mental health issues don't disclose these types. Why? Because they don't feel that they are fully protected, although there is laws and regulations that help to integrate them in the community. And this is one of the key issues and one of the key implications of our paper, that any government need to promote more how integrating such peoples in our workplace and our community can help those people to recover, our community to sustain, and the economy to achieve sustainable development goals. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Can I have just one last question before we move to questions to Dr. Karim, please?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Dr. Ahmed, you have taken an economic perspective to the inclusion of people with mental disability as part of the social responsibility of organizations. Am I right in my understanding to this scenario, to what you did?
Yeah.
And then you did a survey with people, believe that they are with having mental disabilities. Now, have you cross-checked this and their perception of what they feel with the employer about regarding their social responsibility towards these people? In your survey, have addressed this part, for example, asking the employer about how they handle those people, or it just was?
Yeah, we ask them two questions. One, if there is any support from the government, if they recruit people with mental health issues, and also what are the benefits that they gain if they offer flexible working opportunities. And one of the human resource manager mentioned that they consider that if they employ such people as a percentage in their institution or their company, this will be a way for their recovery. And this help the company to promote such good practices, and they disclose this in their annual reports as part of their social responsibility.
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you. I'm handing over now to you, Professor Aziz.
Thank you, Mustafa. There's one question from the discussion board to Karen. This is from Ahmad. The question, who were the respondents for the research method used in the research? Were they academics or included professionals too? Also, in terms of finding, all the 4 teams focus on skepticism, critical thinking, ability to understand, analyze, and communication. What about acquiring proficiency in utilizing the different data analytics, specialized technique and tools, rather than just interpreting the output and dealing with this technique as a black box? Karen.
Okay, so two questions there, I guess. The first, what we didn't do a survey. So we looked at academic papers, and we asked from accounting educators related to big data and data analytics, and we looked through for themes of suggestions that they made that should be covered off in accounting education related to big data and data analytics. So that was the first strand. The second strand was we looked at professional websites, professional pronouncements, so anything we could find to do with the profession, so from the ICAEW, from all, in fact, global professions, because we looked at the American Accounting Association, Australian Accounting Association, and we tried to be as, we did comprehensive searches to try and see what we could find that related to the profession, that related to big data and data analytics. And we distilled these down into the themes, and then we worked out a framework around those themes. And that's what gave us the 4 areas that we use then as a frame to look at the provision of global master's courses. So the third part was, having worked out our framework around our 4 themes, or having identified our 4 themes, we then looked at the global provision of master's courses. So again, we looked at who was providing what, and actually you'd be surprised, there are not many master's courses out there that offer data analytics linked with accounting. So in fact, that part was a lot easier than maybe we thought it was going to be in the first place. And once we found all the universities throughout the world that were offering master's courses in this area, we then applied our 4 themes to look at their offerings. So we then downloaded all of their prospecti for those master's courses to look for the key words and the ideas that we had mentioned, so our 4 themes. And what we found was that whilst 2 of the themes were mentioned quite often, that further idea of critical thinking and communication skills were less explicitly cited. Which brings me quite nicely onto the second part of your question, actually, that surely it would be about acquiring proficiency. Well, in fact, that is what we found, was that when we looked at the critical thinking skills part, there was a lot of mention of using case studies and practical experience and trying to increase the students' ability to carry out not only big data and data analytic analysis, but also to translate those results, to use those results, to use them for predictions and forecasting. So not only just to crunch the numbers, but also to take it that stage further and to be truly proficient in these areas. And obviously that's quite difficult in an education environment, but the idea and what was suggested by academic papers in this area was to use case studies and to try and get students have practical experience of these things in order to increase their proficiency. Does that answer your question? Whoever it is that asked it, do they want to further that up, or have I answered your question?
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, I think excellent answer. There's another question from Muhammad. Do you think, sorry, can you give an opportunity to developing new master course? I'm not quite sure the question. This is on the discussion board.
So in fact, there would appear to be a gap in the market for this sort of master's courses. So I think, yes, you're right, there is an opportunity to develop master's courses in this area. In fact, actually, the University of Portsmouth now offers a master's course in this area, looking at accounting, both accounting and data analytics. So it's a sort of parallel course that is for non-accountants with various options. So non-accountants can improve their accounting skills alongside big data and data analytics skills. And people that are already trained or graduated or professional accountants can increase their big data and data analytics skills whilst taking the same master's course. So yes, you're completely right. There's plenty of opportunity and gaps within the global market for master's courses in this area.
Yeah, this is definitely a growing area, something that we should develop. I've got a question for you.
Yes.
We know accountants are familiar with structured data set and possess knowledge of business fundamental, as you mentioned. So rather than replacing accountants, big data analytic should complement accountant skill and knowledge. So what are the challenges of incorporating big data analytic, especially relating to cyber security and the quality of data?
Yes, you're completely right. And I think that's actually the way that undergraduate courses, well, master's courses, but also undergraduate courses will go. So this gap for these master's courses that fill the gap is actually limited, because I think what's happening is that most undergraduate courses are now bringing online the skills for data analytics, big data, etc. And they're running those in parallel with accounting for undergraduate courses. So at the moment, whilst there is this place for master's courses to train up people that don't have those skills, then that will disappear over time, because actually graduates will be coming away with those skills. The other part of your question was to do with competencies and challenges.
Yes, yeah.
So, so I guess,
yes, especially relating to cybersecurity and all these issues, you know, with big data. Sometimes, yes, we do have a lot of data out there, but the quality of the data is questionable, and that can lead to this concept of garbage in, garbage out. So how do we mitigate that issue?
I was about to say exactly the same thing. Your results and your analysis and your predictions, etc., are only as good as the data you've actually got that's going in there in the first place before you make these. And yeah, I think that is one of the areas that educators need to think about, is training up accountants in acknowledging that there are ethical issues, acknowledging that the data needs to be very, very carefully looked at before you start crunching the numbers. And there certainly are big challenges there. And that's just one part of where accounting educators can come in to looking at big data and data analytics. So it's not just about educating people as to how to use the data and how to predict the results and how to, with case studies and practical ideas, etc. Not only the how to, but also the awareness and the skepticism. And that was the first theme that we found, was that accounting graduates and professionals need to have this approach to what they're finding, and they need to have a certain amount of skepticism around what they're finding, because actually we need to be asking those questions. We need to be saying, well, how good is this data? Is this, it's all very well having a lot of data, but what's the best way of using it? How good is it for what we're trying to find? Are we actually applying the right data to achieve the right findings? And the data we've got, how much do we need to ensure that that is clean data, if you like, so that it's data that actually hasn't been tampered with, etc. And that becomes more and more important, because within financial reporting now, there's lots of people are saying that actually we're going to move more and more to real time. So we're not going to have paper reports. We're going to have real-time reporting. So again, we need to be really, really careful about the data that we're using and the information that's out there to ensure that it is valid and it is good data, reliable. So our applications within accounting standards are still the applications about relevance, reliability, etc.
Thank you, Karen. There's another question from our colleague at Qatar University, Ahmad. There's a plenty of, this is in the discussion board, there's a plenty of data analytic application in the accounting, for instance, auditing, fraud detection, decision-making, etc. would you recommend building a standalone course in data analytics and then in the syllabus, applying it in different areas in accounting, or include data analytic application across accounting courses rather than standalone? So that's the question.
Yes, so in fact, that's what we have done in Portsmouth. But as I was saying before, I think the shelf life of this product, so the master's course that has been designed to fill the gap, the shelf life of it is probably limited. It will be able to run for some time because there's plenty of people out there that don't have the data analytics and the big data skills that trained previously as accountants. So it will be useful for them, it'll fill the gap for them. But more and more now, undergraduate courses are integrating these things. And that's really the way to go. It will be good, exactly as the questioner suggested, if we could be teaching accounting alongside big data, data analytics, because they're not two separate things. They're actually just another way of doing the same thing, a more advanced and a more detailed, descriptive way of doing the same thing. So as accountants, we look at information, we analyze information, we then use that information to inform businesses and to generate forecasts, etc. Well, this is exactly the same. It's just a different way of doing it with much more information and more ability to analyze it using technology. And as I was saying before, what will happen is those lower level skills of crunching the numbers will disappear, and the accountant's role will become more about interpretation, forecasting, predicting. And it will become more integrated within accounting courses throughout the world. But at the moment, there are plenty of people out there that have already had traditional accounting, education, qualifications, professional accountants that just need to top up their big data and data analytics skills. So yes, certainly we should be integrating it. And in fact, the master's course we're running out of Portsmouth is accounting and data analytics. So it runs the two side by side so that people can dip into a little bit more or a little bit less of whichever they feel they need, depending on their personal background and whether it is the big data and the data analytics that they need to upgrade. Does that answer the question?
Thank you, Karen. Excellent. Is there any more question? Yep.
Can I have a question, Professor Aziz?
Yes, please. Over to you, Mustafa.
Thanks very much, Dr. Karen, for such insightful presentation. I'm just wondering, are we talking about raising students' skills about computer literacy using the accounting data, or we teach students the analytics or the basic principles of analytics? There is a big difference here. So because we are in accounting, we are following all what we are supposed to do in our curriculum. So what we are doing here, so are we teaching them the skills of using the accounting data in an analytical way, or are we raising their computer literacy, skills? Thanks very much for your insights.
Thank you. I think we really do have to raise their computer literacy skills, because when they go out into that big wide world of accountancy, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So in terms of doing or providing employability for our students, yes, absolutely, we should be looking at the accounting that they need to know, but in parallel with the ability to be able to do data analytics and to use data that's been generated technologically. So actually, whilst you're completely right, they are two very different things, but in the future, they are going to be more and more bound up with each other. So actually, it's something that's inevitable. So I think it's inevitable that we will be teaching students into the future using practical cases, practical ideas, and making them employable by teaching them about data analytics and analysis of the technological findings as well as accountancy skills. But as I said in my presentation, they're actually quite interlinked, and actually accountants should be really good at data analytics because they have the skill set, they're quantitative people, they're already taking large amounts of data and analyzing it for businesses and organizations. So this is just one step further on for them to have the understanding of the technology and to have the understanding of the means of generating those numbers, and then also being able to translate those numbers for businesses and organizations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Karen McBride and Dr. Ahmad, for both your interesting keynote speech. So I would like to hand over to Ahmad, Dr. Ahmad, for the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed Al-Amir and Dr. Karen McBride for very useful and wonderful presentations. And also I want to thank all the audience for coming here today, watching this wonderful conference. And also I want to thank the audience in YouTube as well. Thank you so much. And please, Dr. Badr Shimmeri, Professor Badr.
Yes, Ahmed.
Yes, please. You can start your session.
Yeah, we start the first sessions, governance and sustainability sessions. We start with Dr. Fathiya Al-Hyani. Research topic is about corporate governance matters in the sustainability and carbon disclosure relation. So Dr. Fathiya.
Doctor, oh, okay, great.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Okay, my presentation is entitled Corporate Governance Matters and Carbon Performance and Carbon Disclosure. I can start?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
Yes. My name is Fathiya Al-Hyani. I'm presenting today a paper entitled Corporate Governance Matters in the Carbon Performance and Disclosure Relationship. We will follow the following order for our today presentation. According to Carbon Disclosure Project, which is a voluntary firm response to increasing carbon disclosure demands, 58% of European leading firms reduced their annual carbon emission in 2018. Their scope 1 and 2 annual carbon reduction amounted to about 85 million tons of carbon dioxide, a total which is greater than annual emission of a total which is greater than annual carbon emission of some European countries such as Austria. They added that almost 80% of responding firms recognized that climate-related risks are challenging their operations. So, climate change is becoming a global issue that requires firms to report their carbon information in their sustainability annual reports. The global growing business, institutional, and social performance pressure leads leads to climate change regulations such as emission trading scheme at the European Union level. We presume as a result that large French firms will improve their carbon performance and adjust their carbon disclosure level accordingly. The aim of our analysis is to examine the effect of carbon performance on the extent of carbon disclosure in France. In spite of the rising scholar trend emphasizing on sustainability issues, it remains unclear to what extent carbon performance might lead to extensive carbon disclosure. Our analysis contributes to the existing carbon disclosure literature in two ways. First, prior literature that addressed the association between environmental performance and carbon disclosure ignored the impact of corporate governance factors. Second, little attention was given to the effect of carbon performance on carbon disclosure on voluntary basis published in carbon disclosure project reports. Our research relies on stakeholder theory, which assumes that firms with high carbon performance tend to disclose a higher amount of carbon information in order to help their stakeholders to take the appropriate decisions. So given the importance of sustainability issues, firms need to respond to their stakeholders' needs. Prior research found that a higher level of stakeholders' satisfaction requires higher transparency between management and stakeholders, which in return leads to better financial performance. So firms are likely to use this carbon disclosure to distinguish themselves from poor environmental performance. As a consequence, carbon disclosure appears as a useful communication tool that firms may use to highlight their sustainability efforts and show their responsible behavior towards their stakeholders, such as customers, civil community, market participants, ecologists, and regulators. We developed our hypothesis about the effect of carbon performance on carbon disclosure in accordance to the findings of a limited number of studies about the phenomena that being addressed. Prior research documented that Scope 1 and Scope 2 have a positive effect on carbon disclosure, while Scope 3 proxy impact is negative. Change in emission intensity, which implies a decrease in firms' pollution level, is expected to have a positive effect on carbon disclosure. So, drawing on stakeholder theory, our analysis intends to investigate the effect of carbon performance proxies on carbon disclosure, controlling for corporate governance factors and firm characteristics variables. So based on stakeholder theory, we selected French firms, listed firms on SBF 120. We excluded firms which did not react to Carbon Disclosure Project questionnaire or have carbon missing data. Our final sample is composed of 67 firms observed from 2010 till 2011. Our research uses carbon disclosure data collected from Carbon Disclosure Project database, which is considered as the largest worldwide greenhouse gas emission dataset that ensures consistency and comparability. Corporate governance and financial information are extracted from Thomson and Reuters database. Our dependent variable is carbon disclosure score. Our independent variable include scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and change in emission intensity. Scope 1 refers to direct carbon emission. Scope 2 is indirect carbon emission, while scope 3 corresponds to other carbon emission. Change in emission intensity is the difference between current and previous year total carbon emission divided by firm's total sales. We control for governance variables such as COO duality, gender diversity, board independence, board size, and board meetings. Firm characteristics include innovation intensity, firm size, Tobin's Q, asset turnover, leverage, and institutional ownership. We control also for carbon sector, which is a dummy variable that equals to 1 if the firm has a high carbon impact. What does it mean, high carbon impact? High carbon industries include chemicals, automobiles, components, forest products, gas and electrical utilities, oil and gas, mining, materials, and transportation. We run 4 different models, and we express carbon disclosure in terms of carbon performance. Carbon performance include scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and finally change in emission intensity. The reported Lagrangian multiplier and Osman statistics suggest that random effects regressions are more appropriate for our dataset. The analysis of the correlation matrix suggests that no correlation issues. Carbon disclosure score varies between 0.2 and 0.99 with a relatively high mean of 0.82. Our findings suggest that higher carbon disclosure level reflects greater volume of environmental information provided to firms' stakeholders. It seems that French firms are responding to their stakeholders' needs by providing sustainability information to different stakeholders groups. Our findings are suggesting that the selected firms are including different carbon information in their sustainability annual reports. Scope 1, positive and statistically significant coefficient suggests that lower scope 1 carbon emitters with high carbon performance are likely to have higher carbon disclosure. Our finding is in line with stakeholder theory arguments. Indeed, firms are sensitive to the demands of different stakeholders. They tend to draw stakeholders' attention to their sustainability activities, resulting in higher disclosure about carbon emission issues. Model 2 and 3 suggest that scope 2 and scope 3 show negative and significant association between carbon performance and carbon disclosure, but how to explain this inverse relationship? Poor carbon performance tend to use disclosure as a communication tool to greenwash and hide their poor performance. These poor performers tend to address stakeholders' demands by representing or responding to social expectations related to climate change issues in order to project an image of being good citizen. The protection of shareholder interest that may prevail over enhancing carbon performance, which requires important human and capital resources, may be another reason that may justify the inverse relationship between carbon performance and carbon disclosure. To check the robustness of our results, we tested the effect of a change in total carbon emission intensity on carbon disclosure. Our findings suggest that a decrease in total carbon emission reveals a better carbon emission control, leading to higher carbon information disclosure in sustainability reports. So, in line with stakeholder theory arguments, firms provide material and relevant carbon information to different stakeholders groups that may exert a significant pressure on firms to implement decarbonization strategies and undertake emission reduction initiatives. Next, we examined the effect of corporate governance mechanisms on carbon disclosure. Our findings suggest that higher gender diversity, higher independence, more frequent meetings, lower CO duality, and smaller boards leads to better governance, which leads in return to a higher carbon disclosure. Indeed, independent directors tend to address stakeholder demands. They exert pressure in order to increase carbon disclosure and transparency level. Through frequent meetings, directors tend to define climate change policies and implement decarbonization strategies. COOs, we noticed that COOs are reluctant to increase carbon information volume by fear of having their names associated with poor sustainability performance. Finally, our analysis tests the effect of firm characteristics on carbon disclosure. We find that large firms tend to increase their carbon disclosure as they are subject to higher political and regulatory pressure. They are more likely to invest in green technology in order to improve their environmental performance and reputation. Carbon-intensive industries, which have greater visibility as they are perceived as higher polluting industries, are likely to include high extensive carbon information in their annual reports. To conclude, in line with stakeholder theory, our findings suggest that higher carbon performance incite more extensive carbon disclosure. However, poor performers are likely to use disclosure as communication tool to greenwash and hide their poor performance, and in order to project an image of being a good citizens. Directors tend to address stakeholders' demands by responding to social expectations related to climate change concerns. Independent directors exert pressure in order to increase carbon disclosure and transparency level. Our analysis have great implications on management, regulation. Yes.
Dr. Fathia, your presentation doesn't show, or now, okay, great. Continue, please, sir. Continue, please.
Okay. Our analysis have great implications on management, regulators, and stakeholders in general. Our study offers great insights given that French firms are involved in climate change activities. So as a response to the growing institutional and societal pressure, firms have to improve their disclosure in their annual reports. Corporate governance determines matters in the relationship between carbon performance and disclosure. Finally, future research may focus on carbon disclosure quality. Thank you for attendance and listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fathiya, for very useful and fruitful presentation. We have a question from YouTube by Turtle. I said, so when we add carbon to the atmosphere, does it get hard or what? I don't know if this is a question.
Yes, of course, if we are increasing carbon emission, that means we are harming the environment, okay? So here, and we will show that firms are not responding to social pressure. Audience, public, regulations, and politics are are putting more pressure in firms in order to reduce their carbon emission. And we can measure carbon emission in terms of different proxies. We can use scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3, and there are other metrics that can measure carbon dioxide emissions.
Great, thank you so much. Professor Bedr, do you have a question?
I wonder why, Dr. Fathiya, you choose France.
Yeah, because France are involved in carbon activities. They have regulations. They are regulations such as that regulate the disclosure of carbon information in their sustainability reports.
Thank you, Dr. Fathiya. Any question?
Yes, Dr. Fathiya, I have actually several questions. The first one regarding use one of your variables, gender diversity. So you use a number of female, I think, divided by board size. So I know this is the regular measurement, but the question, why you didn't use, for example, certificates or the experience, for example? It's one of, I think, yes. I can't say better, but, the newest measurement for gender diversity rather than using percentage.
Yeah, you are right. We may use other measures to measure gender diversity in corporate boards, but this information is not provided in Thomson and Reuters database. We use the available information, okay? And next time for future, probably, we will use female directors' biographies to have their experience and background and sustainability issues.
Great. I think you have a very good number of observations, 600 something. But yes, what kind of companies that you use? Is it financial, non-financial? What kind of company?
Yes, we use non-financial companies. We excluded, yes, we excluded all firms that did not react to carbon disclosure project questionnaire.
Great. Last question from me, Dr. Fathia. What about endogeneity and causality problems that you know may have in your research? So did you use any type of solve these problems?
Yes. To address endogeneity concerns, we used, in fact, instrumental variables, okay, approach to because we are suspecting that reverse causality. We are expecting that carbon disclosure to affect carbon performance. That's why we already consider the reverse causality with the instrumental variable, instrumental approach.
Great. We have a question. Thank you so much, first of all. Thank you very much. We have a question from Shakir El-Diaz. Why you use institution ownership control variables rather than concentration or family? Again, yes. Why you use an institution ownership control variable rather than concentration or family firms?
Yes, we use institutional ownership because previous literature showed that institutional investors have impact on carbon disclosure because as stakeholders, they are pressuring on investing in sustainability activities. Because in return, sustainability activities are enhancing the financial performance of the company.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions? Did you use local institution ownership or foreign ownership?
No, well? Total institutional. No, we considered total institutional ownership without making the distinction between local and foreign. Well, and this information is provided by Thomson and Reuters database.
Great. Thank you so much. This question by Mohammed Arsenal. Thank you, Mohammed. Okay, and why not controlling for family or non-family firms as an additional control variable?
Yes, this suggestion is very good. Probably for future research, we will consider this variable.
Okay, can you state your institument variable by Saeed Rabil? Can you state your instrument variable?
Yes, as instrumental variable, we used total emission, total carbon emission percentage.
All right, thank you. We have a question from Shakir. Please, Shakir. Your mic is mute, Shakir. If you unmute your mic so we can hear you. Shakir, your mic is unmute. Mute. If you can unmute your mic so we can hear you. Okay, now yeah. Okay, go ahead, please. Yes. Shakir, we can't hear you. Yes. Dr. Shakir. If you can raise your voice, we can't hear you. Okay, if you can ask your question in Q&A, and I will try to tell. Okay, sorry, Doctor. I have. Okay, no worries. Doctor. Thank you. Okay, now for the next speaker, Dr. Ammar Gil. He didn't show, so the next presenter is Dr. Abdul Samad. Dr. Abdul Samad.
Yeah, Dr. Abdul Samad Al-Azzani. Now we start with Dr. Abdul Samad Al-Azzani.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay.
Hayyakumullah, and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Ahmed, for inviting me to this conference. And I'd like to thank the attendants and the scientific committee, the participants. My presentation is about the governance quality, how it influences the social and environmental disclosure. And I'm focusing on GCC capital markets. So I was looking also for very important factors, which is the rolling family directors. So this is the theme of my presentation. I don't know if you can see it. Okay. Anyway, we focus on GCC because, as we know, it is distinct, it is unique. So let's say the theories and the findings from Western countries, we found it is not in line with the theories and findings in the Middle East, and specifically in the GCC countries, because as we know, we have different cultural settings, we have religious influences, we have cultures, we have tribal root. All these things make the GCC countries, make the Middle East countries as a unit. So we hello. I think there is Dr. Fakir. Can you unmute your mic, please?
It's mute.
Okay. So in this paper, we try to incorporate these issues and challenging the social political environment in the GCC countries. I don't know. Okay. So anyway, our target is to answer this question: does better corporate governance lead to better social and environmental disclosure? If yes, what is the role of political connection in aforementioned relationship? So actually, I am not familiar with using a team. So sometimes I may click on something and it appear other things. So forgive me if you see anything. Again, also, we have noticed that some of the theories that have been used in Western countries might not be suit for the Middle East countries, because we noticed that we have given different results, even though those theories we try to apply them and to use them to explain our result. But again, I have noticed in my research, in some of my colleagues' research, that we found a different result, even though we used those theories like stakeholders or other theories. So I tried to be far away and looking for another theory, which is elite theory. So I try to use this theory to explain the social political governance interrelationships in this study. And the main core of this theory is that the policies and for sure the rules, the regulations are made by relatively small groups in these countries. Those small groups are influential leaders who share the common goals and outlooks. So they posit these policies and regulations, and the rest, they just need to follow and to apply such rules. So this is the main idea, the main core of elite theory. So I try to borrow this means, for sure, this paper with co-authored with Dr. Tariq Abdul Fattah from Portsmouth University. So we try to have some different theories to explain our findings, especially for the role of the royal family directors in the board. So we came to two main hypotheses. The first one, we state that the corporate governance quality will lead to better environmental and social disclosure in the GCC listed companies. And then we divide this hypothesis to two sub-hypotheses, which is we test separately between corporate governance and the social, and then we repeat again between corporate governance and the environmental disclosure. Then the second main hypothesis, we were looking for the influence of ruling family members on the board, how they might mediate the relationship between corporate governance and social and environmental disclosure. And again, we subdivide the hypothesis to two sub-hypotheses. So we look for the impact of as we say, the ruling family members on the relationship between corporate governance and social, and then between corporate governance and the environmental by using the moderating effect of ruling family members. So we collect data from 2010 to 2016, and the whole sample, it was 4,386. Then we remove the missing data, which haven't matched the criteria of this research. So we came with a 537 observation. And actually we use Bloomberg database for most of our variables, with the exceptions of royal family directors, we collected directly from the annual report. And actually we run this main base model. So this is our dependent variable, and this is our independent variables, social and environmental, and our independent is the governance. And we said we want to see how the governance quality will affect or influence the social and environmental disclosure. And then we including the interaction of the royal family directors, and we including also the royal family separately and with the interaction, in addition to different control variables. and we also control for the year and the industry effect. So this is the list of the variables. We have the social and environmental. We have then the separately the social separate and environmental. We have the governance. We have the royal family percentage, which is the percentage of royal family members on the board. And we have the interaction. We also control for the government ownership, because it shows that the government ownership might influence also the disclosure, because they need to be like a model, so they influence other companies to follow them. So the companies which the government have linked, we assume they might influence such disclosure. And also some of the previous research found that women also can influence the CSR disclosure. We include the board, the performance, the leverage, and the Tobin, and also the GDP for the GCC countries. So this is the distribution of the samples across the year. And if we can find here 30% of our sample coming from Saudi stock market, because it is the main, and the rest is we have 26 from UAE, we have 16% from Qatar. This is the total of our sample. And this is the descriptive statistics for the variables. As we can see, the social and environmental disclosure is 12 score, which is very, very low compared to the, let's say, the Western countries, or compared to other developed countries. Actually, the maximum score is supposed to be 200 score for the disclosure based on Bloomberg. So, but what we found here is very low disclosure. And this is general because, as we know, the disclosure in developing countries in general and in Middle East specifically, it's still in its infant stage. So they start to just practice few disclosure. And we know that in most of the developed countries, they have regulations that make some disclosure as compulsory. But in Middle East and in GCC, still voluntary disclosure. Maybe that's why we found the low of disclosure. And this is the social score, this is the environmental, and this is the governance. So as you can see, the governance is a little bit high, I think, because most of the governance, let's say, practices is compulsory. And we know that many of the GCC countries, they have the corporate governance code, and they obligate the companies to disclose about their governance practices. And we found that at least 10% of the listed companies have the family, royal family in their board. The rest of the control variables, you can saw it. So I will move to the correlation. And if you can see, we found positive correlation between governance and the social and environmental. And also we found positive correlation or positive association between the presence of royal family and both social, governance, and environmental. This is the main findings. So I don't know how can I deal with this one. Let me move to it. Okay. So as we can see, the first model is the direct model between governance and social and environmental. We found that the governance quality have a positive and a significant relationship, which is expected and which is in the line with the most of the previous literature review. But again, what is surprising is the result of interaction, the result of royal family presence on the board. So as we can see, we found that the existence of royal family negatively influence the social and environmental disclosure. Actually, there is, from previous literature, there is contradict evidence about this. Some of the studies like Al-Hadi, 2016, they found that the existence of royal family directors on the board in GCC countries affect negatively on the quality of financial reporting. While me and my colleagues, we found in another study that they influence some of the quality of financial or non-financial disclosure. But in this study, we found the royal family, as we said, it has a negative effect on the social and environmental disclosure. And this is actually surprising because we assume that they influence the social and environmental disclosure because, as we know, the existence of the royal family in the board, they want to be as a model and they want to have a very nice reputation. So they may order the companies that they are serving in to practice well in terms of social and environmental. But again, that's what we found. So also we found the interaction of the governance with the royal family have been positive, but we can see the coefficient have been decreased. So this is also another interesting result. And again, we dive more deeply. So we investigate separately between with social without moderating effect, and with social with moderating effect, then with environmental with non-moderating and with moderating. Actually, we didn't show the rest of control variables. We focused in this presentation of the main variables. Then we also check the indigeneity. So we use 2SL square equation. We use the lag of our governance, royal family, and the rest. Also, the result is still the same. So in conclusion, yes, we found the governance quality influence the social and environmental disclosure, and also we found the royal family negatively influence the social and environmental disclosure. But also we found that if the governance with high quality, it will mitigate the negative effect of royal family directors. So the policy makers here can be observed from this study that the key important is to have a very strong corporate governance. So it will mitigate any other power in the board. That's the main, we can say the main findings from this study. Thank you so much. I try to make it very short and more focused.
Many thanks, Dr. Abdulsamad, for your very good presentation. I really like it and like the idea. Just I have one question regarding the missing data. You have very big number of missing data. So
Yeah. Okay. So what can I do? This missing data actually, because either maybe Bloomberg, because we rely on Bloomberg, especially our main criteria is to choose the companies which have score for social, environmental, and disclosure. So we found a lot of companies they don't have that score. That's the main reason for the missing score. Okay, because
what if
maybe they didn't disclose, maybe they didn't, because I contacted also with the Bloomberg, asked them why such missing data, why you didn't cover. They said we didn't found the data. That's it. So
okay, but maybe you can download the annual report and do it manually rather than use the Bloomberg. Yes, I know, but regularly Bloomberg doesn't have most of the data of GCC as you know. So usually the papers that they're sample in GCC, Kuwait, Qatar, or any of GCC countries, they collect the data manually. So maybe it will avoid that big number of missing data. I don't know if you show us the data. I think you just use 10% or maybe 20% of the whole data. Also, I can, as I remember, the percentage of each countries that you use. Okay, I agreed that Saudi Arabia have the big percentage. Bahrain is the smallest. Okay, but what about Kuwait, for example? I think we have a very good disclosure in Kuwait, and I believe if you check company by company, you will find the whole annual report, exactly the period that you are looking for, which is till I think 2018 to 2020 or.
no, I'm collecting data from 2010 until 16.
I see. Okay, this is another question regarding the period. So I know your paper is you are working on, but why you didn't update your data and use the COVID-19 on this maybe in your paper, and somehow maybe it's a good idea. I don't know.
Yes, actually, what the main issue here also we will face another issue. What is the issue? This is if they always criticize if you hand collected the data. They said, especially when you submit to the very good journal, they said maybe it is biased, maybe the measurement of disclosure, maybe, but those, let's say, independent organization who assess such companies, maybe they are not biased, they are objectivity. So we try to make balance between those two things. But again, this is, we have another study. We use the financial statement, we use the annual report to gather data about the sustainability, but again, there still a very few disclosure. We have now it is under review in one of the journals, so it's still very few. Yes, they might have annual report, but how about the social and environmental disclosure? We knows we are from GCC countries and we knows what is the real situation here. Okay.
We have a question from Professor Mustafa. Please, Professor.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Abdul Samad.
Salam.
Very much thanks for very nice presentation and well-crafted one. I like the idea of interaction between ruling family and the governors. but I'm not quite sure the reason that the theoretical reason behind your inclusion to that variable, and how was exactly the result and how you interpret it. So can you just give an overview about why you made that interaction, why you made the interaction between governors and
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. For participants, this is the conflict of interest. Dr. Mustafa is my boss, is the head of department. So I'm not quite sure if this is the. Anyway, thank you for Dr. Mustafa for your question. Actually, the idea is, as we know, corporate governance is about the system, which and how the company can be managed, and it is also the distribution of the power in the board. And we know if there is newcomers in the board with strong power, so the distribution, the balances of the power in the board, it might be not balancing. So it will go to somewhere. That's make me think to include such, let's say, political connected power and to see how they play or how to gauge the relationship when it comes to social and environmental disclosure. And also, again, the elite theory might be give me some signals that because those manpower in the GCC countries, they are the one who issued the policies and regulations, and one of those regulations is the corporate governance. So they might, you know, it might be interesting to see how such people, how such power, how such royal family directors moderate such relationship. I hope I gave some of the answers of your question.
Yeah, thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Also, we have a question from Dr. Sharif Al-Halabi. Is your index for measuring social and environment disclosure includes any Islamic issues or not? And what about measuring royal family by different tools as diversity and age, or just you measuring by dummy variables?
Actually, I am not the one who developed the index. This is Bloomberg who developed the index, but I don't think so. They include any of the Islamic issues in the index because they have their criteria, they have their items, they applied in all the companies around the world. So they didn't differentiate between Islamic and non-Islamic. That's the answer for the first part of the question. For the second part about royal family, yes, there are many proxies measurements for royal family. Actually, we have used also another. We have used as also a dummy variables, but again, we assume that here the background, the experience, the skills. It is not that high important. Just the main important is the image of the royal family in the board. So if there is one of the royal family in the board, forget about other skills or experience or age or whatever. Yeah, if we are looking for different board members, yes, it might be important, but for such specific characteristics of people, so it will not be. That's assuming, but it might be.
What about, Doctor? What about if you use, for example, a percentage of royal family?
Yeah, that's what we used. We used the percentage of royal family, but in our initial results, also we use as a dummy variable. But in this result we present, we use a percentage of royal family.
What about the comparison between countries to see the difference in the result, not just for the whole GCC? Last question.
You mean in terms of disclosure?
Yep.
Yeah, it's also might be interesting, but this is our main target in another paper, which we look for the comparability or comparison of disclosure across the GCC countries. So we put it in another paper. Thank you, Ahmed.
Great. Thank you so much. I have many questions. Actually, yes, Dr. Badr, yes.
We mean the result per country, the disclosure per country. We don't know the disclosure per country.
Yeah, actually I didn't present, but actually it might be interesting also to add another table to show the result across the countries, and inshallah I will add it. Now the paper is under review in one journal, so it might be interesting also to add such table as a comparison. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Dr. Badr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Samad. There is actually many questions jumping in the chat and Q&A, but you know,
no,
we don't have that time.
Ahmed,
Yeah.
this is the idea of presentation to get some feedback, to enrich.
If you can, please, all the presenter, when they finish, just maybe write their email in the chat so they can reach you and send you the question. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Samad. And now we will start the second session, financial reporting session, shared by Professor Aziz Ja'far and me. Thank you, Dr. Badr. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Samad.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Hello, hi, thank you. Welcome to financial reporting session. So in this session, we have 3 papers. Each presenter has 15-minute presentation followed by 5-minute Q&A. So paper 4, presented by Dr. Goldberg Khan and titled Do Life Cycle Affect Financial Reporting Quality Evidence from the Emerging Market? So over to you, Dr. Khan.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I want to share my screen with you so we can start with the presentation. My name is Gökberk Can and I'm an assistant professor of accounting in the American University of the Middle East. And for the Arabic natives, I actually put my surname in Arabic because it is not Can. This is one of the problems I have in Kuwait. It is pronounced as Can. So let's begin with the discussion of my paper. I hope you can see my screen so I can start with the slides.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Now, the title of my paper is Do Life Cycles Affect Financial Reporting Quality? Evidence from Emerging Markets. So in the table of contents we have, first of all, I will make an introduction of this paper. I will briefly talk about the institutional setting of Turkey. I will provide 2 basic literature from the whole literature, theoretical and empirical literature that I prepared. And also I will talk about my hypothesis, the research design I have, the results, the robustness tests, and finally I will talk about the conclusion. So in this paper, I am basically discussing the effect of life cycle stages on the financial reporting quality. Previously on this topic, the main discussion was based on the discretionary accruals or using a single proxy for the financial reporting quality. Instead, in this paper, I used 3 of them. I used the discretionary accruals, the small profit reporting, and the audit aggressiveness. And the audit aggressiveness, to my knowledge, it wasn't tested before with the financial, with the life cycle stages of the company. Now, when we talk about the Turkey, which is actually the official name is Republic of Turkey, it is a bridge between the Europe and Asia, but this bridge is like a geographical plus a social bridge because the country is 99% Muslim, but on the other hand, the country's law system is civil law system. It is a European Union membership candidate since 1999, and also since 2005, the country is using IFRS as the financial reporting framework. Now, when we talk about this literature, on that literature, I can basically say this. I want to increase my. So when we talk about the life cycle stages, there are many life cycle stages determined in the business and the economics literature, because the companies, they are not able to say we are on this stage or we are going forward to another stage. So the academics in the business and economics literature, they try to assign these stages by two methods. According to the Levinson and Levy and Liechtenstein, there are actually two types of stage assignment literature in the whole published papers. There is a stages of growth and there is the dynamic state models. Now, what are the differences between these two models? When we talk about the stages of growth model, it understands the company's life as a human life or a biological life. We are born, then we grow up, and then we come to age, we become mature, and then our health declines, and at the end, we face the death. So some academics, some scholars, they estimated the company's life in this way of the biological way. But there is also dynamic states model, and in the dynamic states model, they do not provide a single stage in the going up or down. There can be many stages, and passing from one stage to another is very different. In which way different? For example, the company can go 2 stages forward, but then come back to another stages backwards. So in this point, when we talk about the stages of the growth models, Dickinson actually used that model, and she used the two basic economics and actually finance theory. She used the agency and the pecking order theories to understand how the cash flows change, how the cash flows become negative or positive in which stages. So according to Dickinson, when she talks about this assessment of life cycle stages to the cash flows, she said this is a better indicator due to it can show how the life cycle stages are affecting the company's cash flow activities. Maybe in one stage, the investment activities become more important, but in another stage, the operating cash flows, they will be important. And for that point, she estimated by using the economics literature, a point where there is a positive investment activity cash flow or a negative financing cash flow. So in my hypothesis, due to using 3 types of financial reporting qualities, I have 3 hypothesis estimations. For the first one, I assumed that, but I don't have any expected sign for it, when the company's life cycle stages move forward, it will affect the audit aggressiveness of the company. Or if the hypothesis is approved, the expected sign is not known because it wasn't discussed previously in the literature. Or when we talk about discretionary accruals, according to the previous literature, when the companies move forward in their life cycle stages, their discretionary accruals will decrease, and The same for the small profit reporting. When the companies move forward in their life cycle stages, their small profit reporting tendency will decline. So based on that model, based on that hypothesis, I prepared this model. So in this model that you can see, I have the financial reporting quality as my dependent variable, and also I have my life cycle stage as the independent variable. Also, I have the control variables, which is the Sharia compliance, institutional ownership in total, listing duration, size, Tobin Q, tangibility, cash holdings, operating cash flows, 3-year deviation of operating cash flows, the revenue growth, the 3-year deviation of revenue, the loss reporting, dividend payments as dummy, the audit report lag, and the industries and the years they are fixed. So when we talk about the financial reporting quality, I measured it with the Gulwu Yang's 2013 paper. The discretionary accruals, they were measured with the Cottari Leon's and Wesley's performance matched discretionary accruals paper. And also for the small profits, I took a threshold between 0.2.5% to plus 2.5%, but excluding them. So if a company reports a profit or loss between these thresholds, I accepted these companies as small profit reporting companies. For the life cycle stage determination, I used the Dickinson's 2011 paper, and also with that paper, I used the cash flow proxies on Excel to which companies, which cash flows, and in total, it will be in which cycle. But addition to that, I also used Hansen and et al.'s 2018 paper. For the introduction level companies, I assigned the value of 0. For growth companies, it is 0.25. For the mature companies, it is 0.5. For the shakeout companies, it is 0.75. And for the decline stage companies, I assigned the values of 1. So all of my data set is from one country, which is Turkey, and also it is Borsa Istanbul listed companies between the years 2009 and 2017. There are 217 companies, unique companies in my sample, 9 years and 1,645 observations, but my balance, my data set is an unbalanced data set. To download the variables for the financial variables, Sharia compliance, reporting lag, and the listing duration, I used the Thomson Reuters Aecon database, and also the institutional ownership data. I downloaded them from the Central Securities Depository of Turkey, and that is the hand-collected part of the Turkey. For the industry classification, I used the classification provided by Borsa Istanbul. This is my descriptive statistics as the whole sample. On the left, you see the continuous variables descriptive statistics. And on the right-hand side, we have the descriptive statistics for the dummy variables, also known as the dichotomous variables. And also, I divided the sample into 5 because of the 5 cycles I tested in this paper. And also, this table provides the descriptive statistics for each life cycle stage. And if there are any extreme values, I confirmed all these extreme values by myself by visiting the annual reports of the companies. I will not provide the full table. If anybody requests the full table, I can provide them to you with the text, but I want to mainly speak on my results and what type of discussions I will have in here, that will be in my focus. According to my analysis, the audit aggressiveness increases as the companies move forward in their life cycle stages. So in other words, if the companies are starting from the introduction stage and moving to the decline stage, their audit aggressiveness increases because these companies, they will try to survive, and for them, the audit aggressiveness will be an important issue when we talk about the financial reporting quality. Then on the other hand, when we talk about the discretionary accruals, the coefficient was negative, but it was insignificant. So I didn't evaluate any results for the discretionary accruals. But as an addition, my analysis showed that the small profit reporting decreases as the companies move forward in their life cycle stages. In other words, when the companies start with their introduction stage and go all through the growth, mature, shakeout, and decline, they do not report any small profits, and this tendency, it declines when they reach to the later stages.
Sorry, you only have 2 minutes more.
Okay,
Please.
then I did some robustness test, and in the robustness test, following the previous literature, I used the age-based cycles, but the age-based cycle didn't result any significant coefficients, but they were all positive coefficients. So I can basically say this for my paper. According to my research, the audit aggressiveness, it is less in the beginning stages and more in the later stages. On the other hand, it is the reverse for the small profits, which is, it is higher in the beginning stages and it is less in the ending stages. This paper contributes as providing an insight from an emerging country and its life cycle stages. As far as I know, this is the first paper ever prepared for the life cycle stages in Turkey. But of course, I have limitations. I didn't use any governance quality variables, or I didn't use any audit firm variables for this paper. So for a future research in a different country, maybe you will have a more available data, the corporate governance quality, how the top management changes, or how the auditor selection changes. It can be a very good analysis for the life cycle analysis. So thank you for listening me, and I am open for the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. John. Any question from the floor? I have one comment. Very interesting paper. Any other question?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuperk. John, I have a question. What about the contribution of this paper and the implication?
Okay, the purpose of this paper was to understand how the life cycles change in Turkey, because in Turkey, the financial reporting quality starts when the companies become listed. And adopting to the corporate regulations, adopting to the Borsa Istanbul regulations, it will make the companies mature earlier. So I wanted to understand how the financial reporting quality changes when companies learn and they not become older, but they become mature, because becoming older doesn't make the person mature. The same for the companies. Maybe in one country, the management understanding of crisis, their experiences with crisis, it will be less. But for example, in Turkey and in the institutional setting of Turkey, the economic crisis is a very daily part of our lives. So I think for my side, I can basically state this: it will improve how the companies will learn. It will become a faster process. So I wanted to test how it will also affect the financial reporting quality.
Thank
What
you.
about your implication?
My implication is actually the companies, when they come to the decline stages, the auditors and the government authorities, they will have to be more specific about the audit regulations, because when we talk about the older companies will have, or the more experienced companies, they will have a better understanding of the loopholes in the regulations, for example. Or the major companies, they will have a better understanding of the laws, so they will use these opportunities for themselves. That means for this type of companies, the auditors, they must be more careful because they will be facing a client who has a better experience in the market.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gopberk Jan, right?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it for your contribution. And please, Professor Aziz.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. John. Our next presenter, let's move to next paper. Paper 5, presented by Dr. Hamada El-Maswari, and title is The Effect of Political Connection, Family Ownership, and Financial Reporting Quality Evidence from Egypt. So over to you, Hamada.
Okay, I want to share. Okay, I want to share my paper. Wait.
Yes, go ahead, please. Share screen and choose your PowerPoint.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The effect of political connections and family ownership on financial reporting quality. Empirical evidence from Egypt. My name Hamad Al-Masarawi, Faculty of Commerce, Tanta University, Egypt. Introduction. Political connections have a fundamentally economic impact on the performance of companies in the financial markets. The phenomenon of political connection for companies is one of the characteristics of companies listed in Egyptian capital market. In study, Iman Abdulwanis found that 35% of total companies listed in the Egyptian financial market has political connections. The question is whether the political connection and family ownership affect on quality of financial reporting and the financial market. What is the interactive effect of political connection for family companies on quality of financial reports in the financial market? The current study aims to obtain the empirical evidence of impact of political connection and family ownership on the quality of financial report, and to test the joint effect of political connection and family ownership on quality of financial reports. Research structure. Section 1, Introduction. Section 2, Theoretical Framework. Section 3, Literature Review and Hypothesis Development. Section 4, Research Design. Section 5, Empirical Study. Section 6, Summary. Research limitation. This research is limited to dealing with direct family ownership structure and does not deal with indirect family ownership. Likewise, this research does not deal with the political connection in companies in companies that arise through direct government ownership. Also, this research was limited to using linear regression analysis that didn't not addresses nonlinear regression or the structure equation model to examine the effect of family ownership and the political connection on the quality of financial reports. Research hypothesis. There are three hypotheses in this research. Hypothesis 1, there is a relationship between family ownership and the quality of financial reports. Hypothesis 2, there is a relationship between political connections and quality of financial reports. Hypothesis 3, there is a negative relationship between political connections for family farms and financial reporting quality. Design and methodology. To analyze the research hypothesis, the author used a panel data model depending on historical data from 72 non-financial firms listed on Egyptian market listed on the Egypt Stock Exchange during the period of 2013 and for 2017 from 12 major non-financial industry classification. Research results. The current study found that 1, there is a positive correlation between family ownership and political connection. 2, there is a positive impact of family ownership on the quality of financial reports. 3, there is a positive relationship between political connection and the quality of financial reports. 4, there is a negative relationship between family farms with political connections and quality of financial reports. Measure. The author used a measure of the variable dependent variable. First, financial reporting quality. The author used of earning management is in evidence of lower quality of financial report. Independent variable, the one political connection, the researcher will measure the variable of political connection through the dummy variable coded as 1 for political connection farms and 0 otherwise. And the farm will be political connection in the event that one of the manager or member of the board of director practice political work, or the family have a political connection. Second, family ownership measure of the ratio of share owned by one family to total issue shares. Political connection for family farm, interaction variable between family ownership and political connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. El-Maswari. Any question?
Please, Dr. El-Masrawi, if you can show us your result again, please.
Okay. Research results. The current study found that 1, there is a positive correlation between family ownership and political connection. 2, there is a positive impact of family ownership on quality of financial reports. Three,
Where is the result, the schedule, I meant?
Table.
Yes, the table, exactly.
what
So
do you
we
mean?
can see the numbers. So you did the analysis, right? So you want to know what is the you know, the numbers and everything, so we can understand how you got to your result, how you found this result.
Okay, okay.
So which type of analysis did you use?
Analysis to analyze the results from analyze the research hypothesis. I used a panel data model depending on a random effect model, depending on historical data from 72 non-financial firms listed on the Egypt Stock Exchange during the period of 2013 and 2017.
So did you thank you. Did you, so do you have this table in your slide or no? If you don't have it, that's fine, but I prefer if you have it, but no problem. See, I recommend if you use a panel and you used a random analysis, so I think maybe you will have a problem of indigeneity. So try to first of all test the if random or fixed effect, which one is the right one. If what you choose is random, so maybe there's a chance to have indigeneity problem. So maybe you will need to analyze it in different or other analysis like 2SLS or 3SLS or other analysis. Also, I want there is a question: why did you choose Egypt?
Okay.
Why Egypt?
Okay. Egypt. First, I compare between fixed effect and random effect depending on Hessman test. Second, Egypt, this study, Egypt, Egypt, there isn't a study in Egypt before makeup.
Okay, so if you use Hessman test and that's what the result, which is the random, so my recommendation to you to use other analysis like 2SLS, 3SLS, or any other analysis, and you can confirm it with the random analysis. But I don't think the random effect as a main analysis is a good idea. What do you think, Professor Aziz?
Yeah, there is a lot of potential in this paper. It's an interesting topic, but you will need to provide more evidence in your analysis. For example, presenting the main table, as well as you will need to provide more rigorous theoretical framework underlying your hypothesis. So that is my first comment. And also when you present your result, yes, there is this positive or negative relationship between political connection and financial reporting quality or family ownership, but you will need to justify and explain those relationship and then connect again with the relevant hypothesis, relevant argument, and prior literature, prior empirical evidence. So there is a lot of scope for improvement for this paper. I'm just going through if there is any more.
Yes, there is a question from Dr. Badr. How the researcher know there is a political connection, and also there is other questions asking how you measure political connections actually.
Okay, the researcher will measure the variable of political connection through the dummy variable coded as 1 for political connected farms and 0 otherwise. برضو معلش.
Yes. Okay, and how you collect the data? How you know the data of political connection? Which database or maybe surveys? How you collect these data?
I examine the. Okay.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I examine the border reported and the site for all companies in the sample through the internet.
Which website? Which database? Bloomberg, Yahoo Financial, Data Stream. There's many databases. Which database did you use? Do you know it?
Okay. Egypt hasn't the database because I used historical data from non-financial firms listed published اللي هي reporting published on the site and on the Egypt Stock Exchange.
Annual report, you mean? Okay. Okay. So you got the names, and then after that, you know those names are one of the political, yeah, or how? So after you download the reports from I don't know, the Borsa or the you download the reports from maybe the companies or the Egypt exchange, and after that you read the names of board of directors or sorry because it's interesting to know about the political connections, how you got those information. So there is many maybe I don't know, I just guessing, yeah, maybe you have it from annual report, for example, or maybe there is a special database that have these kind of information.
Okay.
Dr. Hamada, I would like to provide a further comment on the contribution of your paper. See, when we submit paper to journals, the first questions, the first issue that editors will look at this manuscript is contribution. So you will need to articulate, to discuss the incremental contributions of the paper. I can see there is potential contribution in this paper, the fact that you hand collect the data. So that is unique, that is in itself a contribution. And also a lot of these political connections have been researched in either Western countries or in the Far East, in China, in Singapore and all that region. But I've not seen a paper that look at political connection in Egypt. So there's, as I mentioned before, there is a lot of potential, but you will need to articulate and discuss this point better. That's my comment.
Okay.
So thank you very much. If there is no other question, Let's move to our next paper, paper 6 for this session by Dr. Amani Hussein, and the paper entitled The Impact of Internet Financial Reporting on Egyptian Companies' Performance. So over to you, Dr. Amani. Thank you. Yes, we can see your slide.
Sorry, I want to make sure that my voice.
Yes, your voice is loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Amani Hussein from Associate Professor in Accounting at the British University in Egypt. I'm doing this research with my colleague Ghadir Mohammed. The topic is about the internet reporting and on the impact on Egyptian performance. So as we all know that company disclosure is a fundamental issue. It is a key to and very beneficial for any stakeholders to know more information about the company, and also the introduction of internet helped us to create a new channel, which is we can disclose our information through this channel. We call it Internet Financial Reporting, which aims to provide a channel for communicating the company's information on a website to all stakeholders to support them in assessing the company performance and help them to take several decisions, investment, credit, or whatever decision. So we have a lot of benefits for this channel or this internet financial reporting. It increases accessibility of information, increase comparability, and also it can help to increase the demand on shares. So by increasing the demand on shares, or we can increase performance. So it has a lot of benefits if we use it efficiently. And so the research will go through the following points: research problem and objective, theoretical framework, methodology, data analysis, and discussion and conclusion. Starting with the research problem and objectives, we have a numerous research is opened to this new channel, which is Internet Financial Reporting. A lot of research is discussed its determinants. However, they focus more on the determinants of Internet Financial Reporting to find what factors improve or disprove the Internet Financial Reports. And they reached a lot of factors such as profitability, liquidity, leverage, capital ownership, industry type. However, there is a few researches covered the area of measuring in Internet Financial Reporting as what is the degree of information disclosure and what is the scope of information. What do we mean by this? That the problem not is disclosing financial information. The main issue is what is the degree, what is the quantity of these, the degree of information disclosure. It means that the company has to disclose as much information as possible so that investors are able to distinguish between good companies and bad companies. So I can compare. This tool could help me to compare among companies. When the level of or degree of information is high. Also, the scope of information disclosure is a very essential or crucial element of Internet Financial Reporting, which means how to connect the website of the company with multiple links, such as connect the website with the units of the company, of the divisions, of the subsidiary, so you can find out at the end a unified reporting system, or what we call it integrated financial reporting. So it is very essential to know the amount of information or the quantity of information disclosed, which is very essential for users, and also to know the scope disclosed. So as we said, that very few research covered this point, and very few research covered the effect of internet financial reporting on stock price or stock return. Since we say that Egypt is a vital country in the Middle East and in emerging economies, so it is very important to raise the capital, to open to a new investment, to meet our stockholders' requirements. So since this, we want to know how can we use this internet financial reporting to help us reach our goals as Egypt. So up to the researcher best knowledge, there is no research covered this area except one at 2019, which tackles the impact of internet financial reporting on stock retail. So our mission here, or our objective, is to contribute to the internet financial reporting literature by providing more information regarding the impact of internet financial reporting on companies' performance as measured by stock price, stock return, and company value. Also, we will cover a very important sub-objectives, which is what is the scope and degree implemented in internet financial reporting in Egypt, and its influence on companies' performance as measured also by stock price, stock return, and company value. Based on the theoretical framework, we have three theory, which is so connected with our topic, starting with the efficient market hypothesis. Efficient market hypothesis, as all we know, that it predicts that a market are efficient in equilibrium if the stock price react when valuable information is announced in the market. So this hypothesis claims that when a new information comes, the stock price will react according to this new information. So it is relevant to our topics to see whether internet financial reporting is efficient in predicting our stock price or in changing our stock price or not, as a tool of very good channel for disclosure. The second theory is the agency theory. The agency theory is concerned mainly with the conflict between ownership and the control, between ownership and control, the manager and stockholders. So it aims to reduce the agency cost from the information asymmetry that exists between the company's managers and stockholders. As we know, all that is information asymmetry means that some of the manager or majority of the managers know better information or better than other owner or other stakeholders. So I think by increasing the level of internet financial reporting disclosure, we can reduce this information asymmetry. Signaling theory, it assumes that efficient company provides investors with the relevant and better information than less efficient companies in order to raise capital. They agree, the two theories agree in reducing the information asymmetry by increasing the level of disclosure. The previous studies and hypotheses, the studies covered the stock price. One lay in Taiwan, and it studied the effect of the difference between companies using or applying internet financial reporting and other non-applying internet financial reporting. And the results was that the stock price, it changed faster in the companies which apply internet financial reporting. Also, the level of or degree of information disclosure is higher when it is higher, it increases the stock price. Ruji also in Indonesia used the same, applied the same, studying the effect of internet financial reporting and the degree of disclosure, and reached out indicate the results indicated a positive influence on stock price. So according to the other studies, we propose the following hypothesis, that there is significant difference in stock price between companies that implement internet financial reporting and companies that do not implement. Another hypothesis that we want to test the presence of internet financial reporting has a positive impact on stock price, whether it has or not. So we want to. And the third one, the increased degree of internet financial reporting has a positive impact on stock price. The last hypothesis, increased scope, has a positive impact on stock price. The stock return studies, the main studies, also reach that abnormal return of the companies that implement internet financial reporting are higher than those that do not implement internet financial reporting. Also, the degree and scope of information affect the abnormal return. When it is high, it end up by high abnormal return, and when it is low, it indicates a low abnormal return. Yasin in Amman stock exchange also studied and discovered that the internet financial companies are more profitable than the non-internet financial ones, and the expected return could be estimated using the internet financial report. The last study in Egypt reached that significant difference between stock return in internet financial companies and stock return in non-financial internet financial companies. There is a differences. So we reach the following hypothesis. There is a significant difference in stock return between companies that implement internet financial reporting and companies that do not implement. The presence has a positive impact. The increased degree of internet financial reporting has a positive impact, and the increased scope has a positive impact on stock return. Company value, also we go through these studies which covered the company value, 15 companies listed in Indonesian stock market, and the conclusion was internet financial reporting has a significant positive impact on company value. Another study done in Indonesia with a 79 sample, it reached that internet financial reporting practice have a significant positive effect on companies' market. So accordingly, we reach the following hypothesis. There is a significant difference in company value between companies and that implement internet financial reporting and that do not implement. The presence has a positive impact on company value. The increased degree of internet financial reporting has a positive impact. And the last one, increased scope, has a positive impact on company value. When it comes to the methodology, number 3, our aim is mainly 3 points. Number 1, we want to see whether there is a difference between internet financial reporting companies and non-financial reporting companies with respect to stock price, stock return, and company value. The second aim is or sub-objective is to know whether in the companies which use internet financial reporting has a good impact on stock price, stock return, stock value, company value. The third aim is to test.
You have
Yes.
another 3 minutes, please, because we need to allow Q&A.
Okay, so this is our sample. This is the criteria I choose for the sample, to choose our sample. And the sample is total of 166, which adhere to this criteria. So it ended up with 131 companies have a website and disclose financial information, because sometimes we have companies that have website but didn't disclose financial information. And a sample of 35 companies do not have websites. Okay, so our model as follow: independent variable internet financial reporting as measured by, if there is an internet financial reporting, we devote 1, and 0 if there is no internet financial reporting. Degree of information disclosure, we use a checklist to measure the degree of information disclosure as used by other previous studies. And the scope of information disclosure, also we use a checklist to measure the scope, using also adapted from previous studies who used measure this scope. And independent variables, we have stock price, we have stock return, and we have company value as measured by the market value plus of shares plus the book value of debit divided by the book value of assets. The data analysis and finding, the descriptive analysis indicate that stock price, stock return, and company value is higher for the internet financial reporting companies. Both the 3 items are higher in the internet financial reporting companies than non-internet financial reporting companies. The one-way ANOVA result give us that there is a significant difference between non-internet financial reporting companies and non-internet financial companies. Also stock return, but we have no significant difference in company value. When we go to the second aim, to study the effect of presence of internet financial reporting on stock price and stock return and company value, we find that all the results are significant. That means that the internet financial reporting presence have a positive impact on 3: stock price, stock return, and company value. Then when we go to the third level of analysis, which we want to identify the degree and scope of internet financial reporting, we find that all the data are significant except for stock price. The degree of internet financial reporting has no effect or doesn't significantly affect the stock prices. Our discussion, our main points are: there is a significant difference between internet financial reporting and non-internet financial reporting companies regarding stock price, stock return. However, insignificant difference in company value between internet financial reporting and non-internet financial reporting companies. So we reject hypothesis number 9. The internet financial reporting has a positive impact on the 3 performance measures. The degree of information disclosure has a positive impact on stock return, company value, whereas it has no impact on stock price. So we reject hypothesis number 3. The greater the scope of internet financial reporting can indicate more positive sign transmitted by the company to investors. The conclusion is, we have, as we said before, we have 3 main objectives. The first sub-objectives is to test the difference in stock price, return, and between Egyptian internet financial reporting companies and non-internet finance. The conclusion that there are significant difference in terms of stock price, stock return. However, there is no difference between internet financial reporting companies and non-financial internet reporting with respect to company value. The second objective, we examine the influence of the existing of internet financial reporting on stock price, stock return, and company value, and then the conclusion that using simple regression analysis, the result indicated that the presence has a strong positive impact on all the three measures: price, return, and company value. The third objective, to investigate the impact of degree and scope of information disclosure, and the result was the degree of information disclosure has a positive impact on stock return and company value. However, it has no impact on stock price, while the scope of information disclosure has a positive influence on stock price, stock return, and company value. The recommendation here, as we said before, that more information the company discloses, the higher its stock price and subsequently stock return and company value. Therefore, Egypt can make an efficient use of internet, this powerful channel, by using it and to attract foreign investment, raising capital, and promoting confidence of the stakeholders. How we do this? By setting regulations and standards to govern internet financial reporting, by setting a regulatory body for monitoring the internet financial practice, and the future research to examine the relationship between this internet reporting and cost of capital, or to study the impact of personal characteristics of managers on both corporate governance and level of internet financial reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amani. I'm very conscious of time. I have a couple of comments for you.
Yes.
The first comment, I think this is an interesting work. However, given that you have too many hypotheses, it loses the focus. So since your study measure company performance, okay, these three proxies that you use to measure firm performance, stock return, stock price, and company value, instead of having separate hypotheses, you can group these hypotheses. Okay.
Yes.
And secondly,
Okay.
in terms of multiple regression, you should also include control variables in your regression models.
Excuse me, please. I didn't hear what again.
In terms of
I can
running
include
your
what?
regression model, okay,
Yeah.
you should include control variables.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Mm.
Yes, that's my
Just as size or
the usual control
classified,
variables.
yes. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Over to you, Ahmed. Have you got any questions?
Thank you, Professor Aziz. Thank you very much, Dr. Amani. Very fruitfully presentation. I just want to ask you two questions regarding why you choose Egypt, and the second question is an analysis. And I think slide number 19, adjust R square.
Yes. Here. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, if you can see here.
For the first question, Egypt is, I think one of the reasons for promotion in Egypt is to study Egypt. That's why most of us choose Egypt as a criteria for promotion.
I don't think a good reason.
Although we didn't find enough data, but this is the regulations.
No,
the second question, yes.
Yeah. About the first one, I don't think this is a good answer. Sorry, but you need to find why you choose Egypt. Why you didn't choose, for example, UK or US. Any other. What is special in Egypt? So this is
mainly we want. I want to enhance the level of disclosure in my country. This is one of my aim. I'm searching to enhance what is can internet financial reporting add to the disclosure level of Egypt, which is very good sign. Yeah.
Maybe there is a gap. There is no papers talk about this
Yes,
topic.
very few researchers that restrict me from writing so much. Or yeah.
Now this is a good answer. So the second question regarding model number 2, the model stock return. Actually, I'm surprised that the adjusted R square here it's 80%. However, in the first model and the third model is just 8, and the last one is 0.6. So here I don't know. I think I have
the adjusted R square.
Yeah, in the second model, it's very high, 80%. That is very high.
Yes, in this page.
Adjusted cost.
Yes.
So maybe you need to go back to your analysis and just check, or maybe repeat your analysis.
Okay.
I don't know. This is my question. Also, there is another question by Saeed Rabi'. May I know your sample? If public firm in Egypt, I think they are required to disclose quarterly and annual reports. So why you don't focus on the quality of internet reporting?
I didn't take the quality of internet reporting. Sorry, yes, I have a problem with the net. Yani.
No worries, no worries.
Yes.
Why you don't focus on the quality of internet reporting?
I think a lot of research done concerning the quality. A lot of research, I think in Egypt or outside Egypt. I try to focus in a very rare or gap area. This is what I really, this research was, I did it 2 years ago, but I searched again and again. I didn't find enough research concerning this topic. That's why I found out that it is very important to focus on. At the same time, I find a lot about quality. This is a gap area. I'm thinking for a gap here. Not, I think it is the quality is good research, but I think there is a lot of research about. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amani. I really enjoy hearing your presentation. And now I can announce the lunch break from 2 to 3, and we'll come back after 52 minutes to start our third session. Thank you so much for listening.
I have a question here. Can I stop and join again, or what?
No. I will transfer you to attending. Don't worry.
Sure.
If you want to, okay, yeah, you can, of course.
Yes, because I have a problem in the internet, so it's unstable.
No worries. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for all presenters that present their paper. And after the break, we'll start with our keynote speaker, Dr. Khaldoon Al-Bitar. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.